Are we on? We are on. Amazing. We'll be starting the public participation portion of the October 16th meeting of the Volusia County Council in about 18 seconds, more or less. Eighteen seconds is up. And welcome to the October 16th meeting of Volusia County Council, public participation. If you have something that you'd like to say, fill out a little yellow card and we'll let you tell us what's on your mind. Thank you for being here to participate in your government. And we'll call the meeting to order, and the first speaker is Paulita Cundid. How close was that?
Paulita Cundid, 430 North Atlantic Avenue, Daytona Beach. Good morning. My comments will address the closure of the pedestrian beach walkway located at 500 North Atlantic Avenue, the Proto Group's project. The walkway has been closed for over 6 weeks this time. This closure happened long before the stop work orders that were issued by the city. My family has owned the Sea Dunes Apartments, which is the 2-story little blue building adjacent to this project. Our guests and family have enjoyed utilizing the Oak Ridge Beach approach to access the beach for nearly 60 years. Before it was closed, we, along with tourists and fellow citizens, rely now on the walkway when it is opened. Since the beginning of the construction period, Proto Group has closed the walkway numerous times for weeks and even months. I have called and met with county officials and sent several emails requesting the walkway be reopened. It is my understanding that Proto Group entered an agreement with the county in June of 2014. Part of the agreement stated Proto Group would be allowed to temporarily close the beach approach during construction in exchange for pedestrian beach walkway that was required to be opened within 50 yards of the approach. In addition, the county would grant them air rights over the approach for an enclosed walkway connecting the two towers. Now Proto Group is not holding up their end of the agreement. They have been notified of these walkway closings by the county. Proto Group created these unsafe conditions on the walkway and are unwilling or incapable to correct it. They are choosing to ignore the agreement. Despite efforts by the county's engineering department and Councilmember Wheeler to tell Proto Group to reopen the walkway, there has been no notice issued or recorded with the county for any of these closings. Again, let me remind you, this beach walkway has been closed since the first week of September, long before there were any issues with the GC and their financial woes. And in today's paper, the Proto Group, or the GC, has offered an alternative proposal, golf carting people to the beach. No, thank you. I will go to the beach when and how I choose to, not when they decide to take me to the beach. What message does this send to other developers when the county doesn't enforce their agreements? What message does this send to our citizens when the county doesn't protect their rights to one of our most precious resources, access to the beach? This is clearly a violation of the agreement, specifically item 4 in that agreement. Uphold the agreements that you enter into and enforce them. You are our representatives. We count on you. Don't be intimidated or bullied by developers that ignore and choose not to uphold their agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is George Vispierre. I know I messed that name up, but
St. Pierre.
Huh?
St. Pierre.
Oh, I've got a V and a George V. St. Pierre.
Yes.
Merci, excusez-moi, monsieur.
Je n'en comprends pas français.
Merci.
My name's George St. Pierre. I have a store on Main Street in Daytona Beach. It's my understanding, talking from your beach rangers, that at night there are 2 beach rangers for the entire 40 miles of beach. That is far too little beach rangers for that amount of property. I don't know if this is the place to ask for more beach rangers, especially at night, especially in your core tourist district areas. I've been to the city of Daytona Beach, and somebody from the county here needs to get in touch with Chisholm over there and our police department and tell them to work with you guys, because Chisholm told me flat out when I said we need more police officers in that area underneath the boardwalk and throughout, he said, that's not our problem, that's county. We gave that to the county, we have nothing to do with it. And that's exactly what he told me. So if you guys could maybe contact the city of Daytona Beach and say, hey, we all need to work together on this. And whether it be, and at the last meeting I came, they said the Shores Department is one of the only police departments that go down on the beach and regularly and are involved. And maybe contact our chief of police in Daytona and get back to, hey, this is a team effort, not just our problem. But I'm not sure if y'all knew this, but there is only 2 beach patrol people at night for 40 miles. That's 40 miles of beach with 2 officers. That's far too little. Thank you.
Thank you. Nichols? And is it John? John T. Nichols.
Jay, close enough. John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue on Daytona Beach. 2 things. One with reference to the walkover. I understand it's over 100 feet to the next walkover to the beach, and it's almost 175 feet to the other walkover to the beach, but that's not enough for us to stop the proto group. I mean, it's been there, and her parents have owned that, and there have been people staying there occasionally. The last time when she went to the CRA, they lived there, but they don't. Neither one of them live there, neither her or her brother. But besides that, this proto group is of tremendous value to the city of Daytona Beach. I would ask you not to do anything to harm the completion of this project. 2, I'm told that you have the right under the pier. From what I was told, the city leased the area under the pier. Either way, you control the traffic going north and south. I'm asking you to designate at least 2, the widest of the 2 lanes underneath the pier, as beach approaches. You can't put your baggage down, you can't put your chairs down, can't put your blankets down. Leave it open for traffic. Because those people that are walking north and south, and we do have people walking up and down the beach, should not have to wheedle their way through all those homeless people that are under there. I'm asking you to leave a space that 99% of our tourists have the ability to go north and south at the pier. Secondly, I'm asking you to keep open the driveway, which is called Main Street, which is open to the vendors going to and from, the beach patrol going to and from, that be left open, and the sidewalk to its south, next to the pier, be left open. When you come and there's only one access on Main Street down onto the beach, they set up all their chairs and all when it gets hot because of the shade from the pier. So I'm asking you to block that 20 yards north of the pier for movable traffic. For movable traffic. The idea that they're going to accumulate so that people cannot go here and there is an offense to the rest of us who walk the beach. And then you get to the pier and you have to stop or find an area that you can cross through. That should not be the way for most of the people on the beach. So I'm asking you to keep that area clear for traffic and for walkable traffic. And lastly, if you could possibly maybe think about the idea of finding who exactly has control over that sand beneath the pier. I'm almost positive that's the lease that the city signed years ago for 75 years, and then for an additional 75 years about 7-8 years ago. Once we establish that, then we can say, okay, it's your responsibility. It's the city's responsibility. So I'm asking you to establish who has control over the sand underneath the pier.
Thank you, John, very much. Have no other cards of anyone wishing to speak, so we will adjourn this portion or recess this portion, and I'll see you back here at 10 o'clock. Good morning. We'll be starting the meeting in about 1 minute and 38 seconds. We'll be starting the meeting in 1 minute and 38 seconds. Thank you. Hey, Ronnie. It is 10 o'clock. We're calling the meeting to order. Will everyone please organize themselves? John. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Welcome to the October 16th meeting of the Volusia County Council. We thank you for all for being here today. Beautiful day. It was turning like fall, but it switched. So we'll just deal with that part of it. This time we'll have Senior Pastor Dale Golden of the Trinity United Methodist Church in DeLand offer the invocation, which will be followed by the pledge. Asking council members to stand.
Gracious and loving God, we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to come together to serve this county. Lord, we are a diverse people in culture, in gender, in political persuasion. But this time, we come together as one people, one vision, one heart. And we thank you, Lord, for leaders in our county that have said yes to their calling. We ask, Lord, that your abundant blessing be upon these men and these women and all their associates. May you bless each one with a passion to serve you, serve this county. And we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to bring glory to you and the people of Volusia County. It is in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit we pray. Amen. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Marcy, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Denny's? Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? And Mr. Kelly?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. And before we get on to the comments on the consent agenda, we have a proclamation in remembrance of Florida Senator Dorothy Huckel. Each of you have a copy of that in front of you. I'd like to have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair, move approval of the proclamation in honor of Senator Dorothy Huckel.
Motion made by Denny, second by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. I now will read the proclamation in remembrance of Senator Huckel. Whereas Senator Dorothy Huckel was a respected public servant and mentor in Volusia County for 26 years before her passing on October 2nd, 2008, 1946. Earned a law degree from St. John's University School of Law in 1978 and set up law practice in Volusia County in 1988. Whereas the first public office she held was a member of the Ponce Inlet Town Council, followed by her election as vice mayor and then mayor of Port Orange, where she served with distinction in the Florida House of Representatives from 2004 through 2012 and in the Florida Senate from 2012 to 2018, earning praise for her preparedness and attention to detail. A strong advocate for education and children, Senator Huckel served as the chairwoman for the Committee on Education in the Florida Senate, worked to expand the Bright Futures Scholarship, and focused on teaching financial literacy in schools. Whereas while Senator Huckel took great pride in public service, she always put her family first and is survived by her loving son, Jonathan Huckel. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim today, October 16, 2018, as Senator Dorothy Huckel Day in Volusia County, and urge all residents to recognize her leadership, vision, and commitment to serving the residents of Volusia County, Florida. Anyone wish to make a comment to that at all? No. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Patterson.
I've known Dorothy for many, many years, and we served together in the Florida House of Representatives, and she was quite the state representative that I had the honor of working with, because she was always on time, she was there, she was always very well prepared, and if you wanted to take her on, you were in for a real fight too. So I used to, since I came back on the council, usually about every Sunday, either one of us would call each other and we'd talk for about an hour or so, around 7 o'clock in the morning. I knew what time she got up and she knew what time I was up, so I'm going to miss those phone calls. So, thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a comment for Senator Dorothy Huckel. As a member of the Florida legislature, I had the pleasure of serving with Senator Dorothy Huckel. I want you to know that even though we were on different sides of the aisle, we were friends. There were information that we shared, and there were many things that went on in the legislature that we agreed on. I would say 99.9 of the things that happened, we agreed. I want you to know that Volusia County is better off for the life of Dorothy Huckel. She made a great impact on this society. She will be missed, but her legacy and her work will live forever. I salute you, my friend, and my colleague, Senator Dorothy Huckel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first met Dorothy when I was a commissioner in Daytona Beach Shores and had many conversations with her, and always she was firm, strong, committed. But, as the years have gone by, 6 years with the council, city council, and now finishing my second year here on the county, I can honestly say she was not just my senator, she was my friend, and I will forever miss her. for all that she has done for Volusia County and as a mentor and someone I highly regard. She will be missed.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just what my other colleagues have said, Senator Hukill indeed was a friend, was a personal friend. She was more than my senator. The highest title I give her is friend over senator, but in that role as senator for Volusia County and then Brevard, through these last couple years, I know for a fact the session that she wasn't even in Tallahassee due to her health complications at the beginning. I know for a fact she was more effective behind the scenes at home, working on some of our issues and got some bills passed. And Senator Hukill is the one from our delegation that voted against the customary use beach access and actually stopped at the previous session. She single-handedly got the sponsor from the other side of the aisle to pull her own bill at the last minute and killed it during that session, only to revive it this past session, but she voted against it. So she stood to her values. She was a strong leader. She was a strong woman. She was a faithful friend. And I hope that at the end, and when I think of her, there's just one thing I think of. It's well done, thou good and faithful servant. So in honor of Senator Hukill, in our arena, in what we do, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Senator, you finished strong, my friend, and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the only thing I can add to it would be just what you said. She finished strong right up to the end. And that's all you can ask. Never giving up, never saying quit until she had no choice. So that was taken from her. With that, we'll move on to the comments on the consent agenda item or any item be pulled. Staff would like to comment on item J, item AA, and item BB. Does anyone else wish any comments on any? Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda item?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion made by Ms. Dennis, second by Ms. Cusack to approve consent agenda. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. George, on item J.
Yes, I'm going to have Donna come up. Some people, we just wanted to comment on what some of the items are as far as our agency contract with United Way.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council, Donna DeMarsh Butler. Happy to be here today to talk about item 8J. This is two community agency contracts, one with the United Way, which pays for or contributes part of the budget for the 211 system. The 211 system has been in place for quite a few years now, and it helps folks that are really in dire straits, and they call and get referrals to other agencies that can help them with their specific needs. Last year, they took over 9,900 calls, almost 10,000 calls. The biggest issue last year was actually housing concerns, followed by utility and income support. So the same things that we see here, they're seeing countywide as the biggest issues. The other contract is for One Voice for Volusia. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Community Agenda Snapshot, but it's been in place for 10 years, and it is so invaluable. If any of you want hard copies, I will get you a hard copy. If you prefer to have an online version so you don't have to download 52 pages. But this is completely full of information about our citizens. It has Volusia and Flagler, but it's got information about our demographics, and it's got a lot of information regarding health and human service issues. And we at the county, the health department, other nonprofits use this as a tool to help us figure out what the greatest needs are and how we can help address it. So those are the two contracts that are in front of you in this agenda item. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Donna.
You're welcome.
And item AA.
Yes, as Mike comes up, this is another one of our success stories that's going on over in our utilities. I'll have Mike speak about it, and of course our partnership for St. John's River Water Management District continues because of the good work that staff does with the other agencies.
It's kind of a giveaway when we see her walking,
Yeah, we
even without a big
like
check.
seeing her here, and she doesn't always carry the check, but
No, but we know it's there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable council members. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources and Utilities Director. I'm really pleased to present, again, this cost share agreement with the Water Management District. This agreement actually marks the 7th cost share agreement that the Utilities Division has entered into with the district and/or the DEP over the past 5 years. And those combined grant awards from these agencies has been over $10 million over that period of time. It's also worth noting, though, I don't have exact numbers on it. Judy Grimm, and our Stormwater Director, as well as Ginger Adair, our Environmental Services Director, has also been successful in securing dollars through these two agencies as well. This agreement specifically calls for, provides up to $478,380 of district funding for installation of advanced metering infrastructure, which we will be putting throughout our Blue Springs spring shed. There will be more on that in about 2 weeks when I come back to tell you how I'm going to spend the money, but for today, this is execution of the agreement. The district is providing 50% of the share. The expected project cost is going to be about $950,000. Of course, Abby is here with me today to share a few words, and then afterwards, we'd like to request your approval to execute the agreement.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. I just want to say thank you for being excellent partners. It's not hard to look very far when we know we have folks on staff like Mike and Ginger and Judy Graham who are able to execute projects. We love it. Keep coming back. It is an open and competitive grant process, as you know, but we encourage everyone to apply. I just want to make it sound like you guys are my favorites, but there's only 18 counties and 119 municipalities. However, everyone is welcome to apply, and we are very much looking forward to coming back. We'll come back with a check. We are waiting for the Legislative Budget Committee to complete their process in January, so I'll come back with accurate figures of what we're all contributing. Didn't want to misrepresent anything today.
But we're going to spend it before that, so I just want you to know.
Thank you. And we have already accepted and approved it, and Mike has lined up ways to spend it, so I think we're moving forward on this. Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, just quickly. Mike, thank you so much for being on the leading edge at all times to keep Volusia County where we need to be. And Abby, thank you for bringing the checks. Continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said we're not your favorite, but we kind of are. If you look at the percentage, so your district is how many counties?
We have 18 counties and 119 municipalities.
And out of that, I think Volusia County gets the lion's share of the funding.
Yeah, you've been very competitive in the application process, and the benefits towards the resource are, well, it speaks for themselves. So.
Well, and that's because of our great staff. That's what I'm going to. I think our best consultant for receiving grants and awards is in-house, Mr. Rechtenwald. So any money that we save on a federal consultant, perhaps we need to reinvest in our own team and staff and continue the great work we're doing in-house.
What a great segue. But I think what it does show, it shows that we are out there, staff is out there for monies that are available that we can qualify for. And that's the very important part. If there's money there that we can't qualify, there's no need to invest time, energy, effort to apply for something when you know that you can't. But with all the information we have, the staff is always on it. It was a curious number, and I started to ask how much we have received in grants from all sources the past 3 years. I think that would be an interesting number.
we'll put that together, and it's in the 200 million range.
Right. So your Volusia County people are not sitting on their hands and not doing anything in seeking grants to make the lower cost of government for all of us and getting some of our tax money back, which we all pay, into the St. Johns River Water Management District. We're taxed on that. Abby?
If I may, one plug I'd like to make, particularly as we talk about the successful projects, is help us spread the good word that we are working together to improve water quality in our district. If there's no other takeaway from today, we are steadily working to improve water quality in our district.
And we're partners with improving water quality. Maybe the News Journal writer might pick up on that. Ms. Post?
And quantity, right? And quantity. Yes. I wanted to make sure, Abby, I know we talk a lot about, thank you so much for bringing the dollars to Volusia, which we are immensely grateful for, but I want to thank you for your collaboration. We know we have Mike, we love Mike, but I want to thank you for being that intermediary to make things happen and to scheduling these meetings and having people come and explain all kinds of different things about all kinds of different areas. So I greatly appreciate your work just on a general level as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a team. George?
Just one quick, I wanted to throw in exactly where you're going. It's a team effort, and also the leadership of this council to put forth a water quality plan and some of the stuff that we have done. Mike uses constantly, and our staff uses constantly, when we're going to the district and when we're going to the DEP, they know we have a plan and a goal in this county, and so it makes it, it's one of the reasons we're on the leading edge, is because we made a plan together. We went out there and stuck our neck out with some of the stuff that Mike had done to be first in line, and that's why we're at where we're at today.
Thank you. And on item B,
Yes, this is I asked the Sheriff's Department to just come down and comment real quickly on this item.
Good morning. How are you? I'm in for the sheriff. The sheriff is participating in. You like that? I do. It almost looks fake, huh? I know. I love it.
Your gun's not pink,
He's
is
helping
it?
with
No.
the Kicks and Guns. Everybody knows is a great program, taking guns off our street. I'm here to talk about the Coach Aaron Feist Guardian Program, and this program that we put together over the summer shows what all of us, the council, the sheriff's office, the board, the Volusia County Board, can do in a short amount of time when we need to accomplish a goal. And of course, we know the core goal of this was to protect our children. And I think this program went pretty much flawlessly. We were actually awarded a $274,000 grant, just a little bit over, to cover the costs, including equipment and training. And there were some incidentals in there, but it all worked out great. We trained over 49 guardians. We still have another 10 to go, which will be included in this grant. The program has been spectacular. Our training section, Captain Bosco, Lou Marino, Deputy Post, I can't tell you how important this is and how much feedback we're getting back from the public about seeing these guardians in their schools when they're coming up to them and thanking them for being there to protecting their children. So this program is working out great.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, and I'm glad we got it all worked out the way we did. And there again, it's working together as a team between the school board, the sheriff's department, the county council, administration, everybody working together to make our schools safer and provide, actually this improves education. Because I think when a student can be involved in school, feeling a little safer, not having to worry, it gives them the security of focusing on what they need to focus on, and that is their education. Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have we reached the numbers that we need to as far as guardians? Are you still recruiting? Or
No,
where are you in that?
We're actually still recruiting. We need another 10, but we'll get them. And like I said, it's covered already, so we'll get them trained up and we'll be fine.
Great.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to item number 2, and this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing and staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Regina Montgomery, Solid Waste Director. Before you today is a 5-year renewal to award a non-exclusive commercial franchise to Anderson Rentals to provide businesses in the unincorporated area with solid waste collection. Businesses currently have 8 providers to choose from, and staff would request approval.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Patterson?
I move approval of the non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection disposal franchise to Anderson Rentals Incorporated for revenue of $1,806.
And second by Ms. Denies. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we have closed the public hearing. We'll move to item 3. This also is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, and you
Good
didn't
morning.
move very far.
No, I didn't. Good morning, Regina Montgomery, Solid Waste Director. Before you today is a 5-year renewal to award a non-exclusive commercial franchise to WCA to provide businesses in the unincorporated area with solid waste collection. And of course, currently, there are 8 providers to choose from, and staff requests approval.
Have no one wishing to speak to this issue, so we'll close the public participation. And council,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Patterson.
I move approval of the non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection and disposal franchise to WCA of Florida LLC, revenue of $120,000.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we'll move to item 4. And this, too, is a public hearing, and we'll have the staff report from Russ Brown, maybe? Somebody? Nobody?
Nope, we got
No, from-
over here from
Did I
Jamie.
skip one? No?
Jamie.
From Jamie.
Right here.
Oh, there you are. Sorry about that, Jamie.
This is the ordinance that establishes a appeal process when a trespass warning is issued. This is the one that we brought to you previously to explain that case law that has recently come out of Tampa in the Middle District of Florida indicates that we must provide this appeal process. And so this is the adoption hearing for that ordinance.
Okay. I have no one wishing to speak on the issue. You certainly do. The first person who would like to speak to this is George V. St. Pierre. Notice that French getting in there? I missed the V last time. Got it this time, George. If you'll state your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is George Victor St. Pierre. I live at 2110 Pope Avenue in South Daytona, Florida. Nothing like being first. This, I believe, should be passed, and this is way long overdue. This enables our beach rangers, when something's going wrong habitually, time after time again, and to stop the problem. Everything from dogs being walked on the beach, you ask them not to do it, and they continue to do it. Somebody drinking on the beach, or in our parks. I could give you horror stories of times that tourists come up to my store and bad behavior is turning them away from Volusia County because of what's going on. And our beach rangers have been tied. They can arrest them, but the next day they're back, they're doing it again. This enables them to trespass them, which means they don't have to wait for them to do something bad again. They can just pick them up and get them out of the area because they're a habitual offender. I think this is way overdue, and I hope you all pass this.
Thank you, George. Betty Jo Selman.
Hi, thank you for having me. 1022 Main Street, Daytona Beach, Florida is what I'm talking about. It's actually where I work at, Jungle George's. It's a beautiful place right on the beach, right underneath the pier. Going there is wonderful when it's your lunch break. You think you can put on your tennis shoes, walk underneath the pier, have a wonderful day. Sometimes that doesn't happen. I think that if you pass it, it's going to be great because I can put on my tennis shoes and I can take my walk on the beach and not be harassed or asked for money or feel threatened, and I don't have to walk with anybody. I think that this is going to be a wonderful thing for tourism, for the state of Florida and go to the world's most famous beach. I think that when you see the world's most famous beach, I'll be able to walk underneath there and not have to worry about tripping over anybody. And I think that this is going to be a wonderful thing. I grew up in DeLand. I moved to Daytona Beach. I love the water. I think it's great. I voted for most of you guys. I don't normally come to any of these meetings, but I have faith in each and every one of you. I don't want to give up. I enjoy living in Daytona, and I really, really enjoy the life, but I'm really, really tired of having to, on a daily basis, have to deal with not being able to enjoy what life has to offer in Daytona with the county's part of the properties, with the water, enjoying the beach. You guys come over there, enjoy it with your family. Try walking underneath the pier at any given time, daytime, nighttime, with your family. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I want to be able to walk underneath that pier. I want to be able to walk to the beach. I want to be able to put my feet in the sand and not have to worry about anything, and then be able to walk back on Main Street and feel comfortable as a woman walking by myself at any given time. And I appreciate everything that you guys have already done, and I hope everything goes well, and thank you very much for having me. And
Thank you.
that's it.
Ken Strickland?
Ken Strickland, 1208 North Halifax, Daytona Beach. I'm also the chairperson of Justice for Homeless Committee, Volusia Flag Race, COU. If you read this morning's paper, you know we're already against this. The poor and homeless problem is growing nationwide. It's not just here. We seem to have a lack of ability to do anything about what's going on because we won't build a shelter. There's been some money thrown out there, and it's all a big conundrum now. The price keeps growing. A lot of confusion. And this all started about the beach once the city moved them off of their property over at Breakers Park. We know now that this is about the homeless people. This says it's for everyone. That's what Daytona did. It was going to be another weapon in the arsenal against the homeless. And then when they get ready to pass it, they start talking about it's for everyone. I can assure you, if I go over and do some of the same things over there that the homeless are doing and break out with a driver's license that says I live on Halifax Avenue, they will not issue me a citation. They'll tell me to behave and go on about my business. The other thing is as you are aware, we're looking at this from a constitutional rights portion, because you're going to criminalize poor people that are homeless, nowhere to go, no shelter, no food, no restrooms, no place to sleep. We're recommending that you not pass this at least until you get a shelter done. And I know that the county threw some money in the pot, and the city's fixing to throw some extra money in the pot. And there were a couple people out there working when I came by this morning. It should have been built months ago. And until there's a shelter built for somewhere for these people to go, to put them in jail at $82.21 a day. And that's just for the jail itself. It doesn't include the time for the deputy, the police officer, and all the other stuff that goes on. Along with that, where if we have a shelter, it's about $40 a day or less. So we recommend that you do not pass this today and wait until the shelter is done.
Thank you, Ken. John Nicholson?
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. I ask that you do pass it today. To ask us to wait another 2 years or whatever until that's finished, this is something, if you recall, I moved here 35 years ago, and one of my neighbors said, you cannot sleep on the beach. That's 35 years ago. It had nothing to do with anything. It had to do with rooms and the ability of the hoteliers to make money. That's what we were looking for. And so if somebody else sleeps on the beach, is the ordinance there or is it not? You were not allowed to block the approaches. You couldn't park your car at the end of Main Street because that's where the cars came and went. You could not block that. It's not new. All of these things that you're asking are things that are against the law. Ordinance, laws, whatever, okay? What we're asking you to do is pass this and have teeth to it. Because right now the cop says, well, we can't do anything. When they rob the stores on Main Street, the cops tell them, well, they're going to be out this afternoon, so why press charges? If they're allowed to do this over and over and over again, well, why enforce it? This gives it teeth. This is not for a one-time, oh, I forgot, okay? I have a beer, I walk down to the beach with it. It's not that. This is over and over again. If you constantly break the law, putting $25 or $100 on your driver's license doesn't affect everybody. This should be some teeth to it. Years ago, we had prostitutes in Daytona Beach. And police chief came and said, guess what? We're going to pass an ordinance that if you get caught, like third time, you can't be there for 6 months. You get caught again, you can't be there for another year. This is the same thing. I'm asking you to pass this. For when people break the law, they should be held responsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Jim Cameron.
Good evening, or good morning. I'm Jim Cameron, Senior Vice President, Government Relations, Daytona Regional Chamber. Chamber wants to commend staff again for their research on this proposed ordinance, and we support it wholeheartedly. And we want to stress that this can apply to anyone in this room, even if you up there, though, I mean, that violates any type of county rules or regulations as it relates to these properties and such. We feel a lot of this will be left to the law enforcement officer, but we've got faith in those law enforcement officers to use good judgment. I myself was at Daytona Beach Police Department in some meetings last week, and this was somewhat discussed, but more so, hopefully this will alleviate some of the confusion as for jurisdiction, as for law enforcement authority between city and county properties and such like that. I mean, so we feel that this might clear up any type of, like I say, confusion in that regard. But more so, it's major concern with us is convention business. That the convention business is very competitive out there, and the groups that we bring here, I want to commend Ocean Center, I mean, just for recruiting those conventions and such, though. But again, that article that was in the News Journal, I want to say for the Gamers Conference back in June, I believe it was, a perfect example of what we're talking about, though. I mean, and we're hearing a lot from our businesses over there, especially in the core tourist district, though. It's not just the convention folks, it's our everyday visitors, though, as well as our locals. They're complaining and all about this. And some of these, like I say, stories we're hearing are pretty graphic, though. But more so, these businesses, a lot of these are small businesses. You just heard from George St. Pierre. I mean, that's a small business right there, though. I mean, so they are trying to keep their doors open, though, and they do employ people. But I'd also like to go on record in agreement with Ken Strickland. We do need that shelter. And Chamber, we've been at every one of those First Step Shelter Board meetings. I'm going to be at the one this afternoon, but we would like that shelter opened as soon as possible. We're working with staff on that, trying to get business support and private sector support to fund that as well. But Chamber, again, we go on record in support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. There are no other cards. I'll close the public participation in the public hearing. And council, Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to adopt Ordinance 2018-18, providing for issuance of trespass warnings on or within any county-maintained or owned public properties, buildings, county parks, and the beach and approaches, and for an appeal process.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Ms. Wheeler, second by Ms. Post. Any other comments? I think that kind of summed it up, and
I have a comment, Mr. Chair. I should be on the board there. Is that me? Is that me on the?
I thought you made the second, and that was it, so sorry.
Oh. Well, I did want to actually make a comment on
Go ahead,
the.
sorry. That's what I recognize you.
It's important that we do explain a little bit about this process. Being prior law enforcement, one of the things that Mr. Strickland had brought up was that this is possibly focusing a particular group. You know, we have laws in place for a reason, and without laws in place, it's detrimental to the quality of life of citizens. And without laws in place, you have anarchy. And we've got to ensure that those laws are enforced. And, you know, one of the things that I'm slowly seeing, unfortunately, is a lot of our, we're becoming more as a society more and more afraid to enforce things. And this ordinance is a perfect example of that. 2 years ago, the ordinance was pulled back, and so it was no longer, the option was no longer available to law enforcement to trespass someone from the county parks. And the reason for that was to initiate an appeals process, and we've done that. And now we're putting that process back in place. And we can't be tying law enforcement's hands to be able to keep law and order and to ensure the quality of life of the citizens. Now, I would hope that with law enforcement discretion, that certainly, you know, if that is an issue, that a specific group is being targeted, then that's certainly something that needs to be addressed. But that is not because of the law, and the law is in place for a reason. And I think that this law especially, having written many trespass warnings myself and made trespass arrests throughout my career, it is a valuable tool in maintaining order. You have to have teeth and you have to have consequences. So I am very much in favor of this, of bringing it back. It was a law that we had before, and or an ordinance that we had before, and certainly something I think that we should have on the books. Someone mentioned, I don't know if it was you, Mr. Strickland, or Mr. Cameron, but that you know, you still do have the discretion. You don't have to issue a trespass warning to someone, but if it gets to the point where one must be issued in order to maintain order, that's what needs to be done, and I'm all for maintaining order in Volusia County. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the important part, I know several of you spoke from the public on specific examples. Mr. Cameron pointed out that it authorized is for any individual who violates any county ordinance, rule, regulation, or state law committed on or within any county maintained or owned properties, buildings, county parks, and including the beach and approaches as defined by the county charter, section 205.6. A person receiving a first violation could be issued a warning for a period not to exceed 1 year. A second offense could be issued for a period not to exceed 2 years. When we first discussed this, I'm bringing it back, I supported it 100% because it was not targeting any one particular violator. It was a broad brush approach in addressing issues which are not really good for the entire county of Volusia. So we have a motion and we have a second. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And we will move to item 5. This is a public hearing, and we'll open the public hearing portion. Staff report. Jamie, this is you again. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This ordinance updates our beach code. Recently, you recognized and amended your beach code to address the approaches and are improved public approaches that operate as parks. We needed to update the code so that all of the conduct violations applied not only to the Sandy Beach, but to these approaches. We also updated some language within this section to address additional issues, such as unattended items and loitering and prowling, damage to our recreational amenities, and damage to our splash pads and playgrounds. The previous version that you saw had some additional language in soliciting and canvassing. There have been some recent court cases that indicate we need to be content neutral. And so that language was moved from soliciting and canvassing to the breach of peace, disorderly conduct. What we're trying to address is conduct, not speech. So it's the aggressive conduct that would be a breach of peace and enjoyment of the people in the beaches and the approaches. So that language has been moved to that section. And staff recommends approval.
Okay, we have three people who want to speak to the issue, and if he will speak to this issue, John Nicholson. And the issue is amending the beach code to clarify the application of provisions.
John Nicholson, 413 North Granbury Avenue. Some of you recall 2 months ago I came before you asking for this correction. We do have a problem at the approaches. Apparently a woman wrote a letter to the editor and to the City of Daytona Beach Mayor about the approaches and what was going on there. As you walk to the approach, especially at Glenview, when they were there, you're talking about wheelchairs and tables and whatever, and you can't get to the beach. There should never be a time when one group of people can usurp the rights of everyone else. It's public property, it's public access, we have a right to the beach, and we should not be blocked from the beach. We're not really doing a great deal in this ordinance. What we're doing is we're changing the criteria. We're saying that the public has a right to the public beach and public property. That's all you're saying. And I think you have a right to say that somebody who is usurping the right of everyone else, preventing us from doing what we need to do, should not exist. Those roadways, and I said it before, you knew you couldn't park on an approach. You knew you couldn't block a sidewalk. All of these things are common sense things, but not everybody has common sense. So all you're doing is saying, okay, if you don't have common sense and you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing, which is basically what this applies to, not to everybody, it applies to only those people who are doing something that they shouldn't be doing, period. So if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and if you're obeying the law, it doesn't affect you. If you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, it affects you. And that's basically all this is saying. It's enforcing common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an adjustment to a current, what we did have is a current ordinance. George St. Pierre.
Hi, my name is George St. Pierre. I live at 2110 Pope Avenue in South Daytona, Florida. I have a business down there on Main Street, and it's in your core district. Numerous times I see the fire department have to rush down to the beach to help somebody. How many times there's chairs, coolers, and all that. There's plenty of places on the beach to be set up. You don't need to be set up underneath the Main Street archway. You don't need to be blocking emergency vehicles, hurrying down there to save somebody's life, to wait for somebody to move a cooler, to move a tent, to move chairs. And sometimes, believe it or not, on some of these approaches, and you all need to go down there and see, some of the northern approaches, they actually have couches. I mean, and chairs. This isn't like a beach chair. This is somebody threw out a chair, and a chair is moved to a beach approach. By blocking that, the cops need to be able to throw this out of the way and throw it in the trash, along with, like, numerous times I go underneath there and there's belongings just left and nobody knows who they are or what's in them. And a day later, now there's stuff on the beach itself. You got little guys with their little cars come by, and I see them drive up Main Street with all these broken beach chairs and stuff. It gives them the ability to clean this up. I think all our approaches should be easily accessible for any fire, emergency, police, anybody to go in and out of, and not obstruct the public as well from going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Cameron.
Mr. Chairman, waive my time in support.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We'll close the public hearing process. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2018-17, amending the beach code to clarify the application of provisions regarding conduct to approaches and to add prohibitions or restrictions on conduct.
Motion made by Wheeler, second by Dennis. Any discussion by staff? Council? Any objection to the motion?
I would like to make one comment. I would just like the clarification on how far the access goes. What is exactly that area that we're talking?
The approaches are defined in the beach code currently and have been since the adoption to every access to the beach to the nearest north-south road.
Okay.
So it's different depending on where you are. In the core area of Daytona Beach, Ocean Avenue in some locations is the nearest north-south road. Other locations, it's South Atlantic. So, but the definition is to the nearest north-south road.
Okay. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we'll move on to item number 6. Clay Irvin.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is an application submitted by Joshua Wells for the property owner, Mr. Paleo. The subject property is located at 1215 Williams Road.
Let me stop you 1 second, Clay. This is a public hearing. I just wanted to make that clear. Sorry about that, sir.
Very good, sir. It's located at 1215 Williams Road, which is in the interlocal service boundary agreement area that we have with the city of New Smyrna Beach. The subject property is currently zoned RA, which is the Rural Agricultural Estate zoning classification. Mr. Paleo would like to rezone the property, enabling him to subdivide the property into 2 parcels. And in doing so, he would be changing the zoning to rural residential. Staff reviewed it for consistency with the comprehensive plan and to ensure that it's not going to be creating a spot of RA out in there. And as you can see on the figure that's in front of you, that shows you the proposed zoning. That is from page 6-16 of your staff report. And what it's showing you there is that we have rural residential immediately to the south, so we will be changing this to be consistent with that. It shows the acreage of the parcels that would be subject to the rezoning. So it shows the 1.73 acre parcel is Mr. Paleo's piece of property where he has his home, and the 1 acre tract is what he would like to call out and sell. So therefore, in order to go through that process, he has to rezone the subject property. I want to point out, if we could put that back up there, I want to point out that the RCA portion of his property in that small 0.22 acre portion that's currently rural residential will also remain in those conditions as you see right there, so that way you understand how the entire parcel is being rezoned. Okay. We did present this to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission at their August 16th meeting. There was public hearing. There was someone who spoke, or let me rephrase that, signed up to speak in opposition but did not speak at that time. So there was no comments made to the PLDRC. The PLDRC did unanimously recommend approval of the rezoning, and as it's going forward, you have both staff and the advisory board recommending approval of the rezoning. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I do need to point out, and Trish, if we could please have, on page 6.3 of your agenda packet is the actual resolution for the rezoning. We detected today, unfortunately, a typo in the first section. This does not pertain to the heading that was advertised, so it's basically just a clarification, and it's pertaining to the properties we were speaking about. So what it's saying there on the first and second line under section 1 is those portions of the above described property currently designated with the rural agricultural estate and resident resource corridor. Unfortunately, in the version that was sent out, we have rural agricultural A2. It should read rural agricultural estate RA. So if the council feels that it's appropriate to rezone this property, could you please make sure that the motion indicates an amendment to the resolution as subject to these corrections?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Scribner's error.
Yes, sir.
I have no one wishing to speak, so we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Irvin, what I noticed in the comments here too is on this particular property, we have an airport overlay zone, right? So we're still okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Within these parameters. And I'm bringing that to the attention because this is a perfect example of why we need to look at the private airports and get this overlay zone done for the other properties too. So
Yes, ma'am.
that this is just, I'm watching these move forward and we're working very well within these boundaries. So that's the only comment that I want to make to that particular one. So I will make the motion to support the rezoning and property located at 1215 Williams Road, New Smyrna Beach, from rural agricultural estate. Clay, am I getting this right? Jamie?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
correct.
Rural agricultural estate RA classification to rural residential RR classification KZ-18-078 with the amendment to the resolution
To properly state rural agricultural.
to properly state rural agricultural. Is that good? We're good? Okay.
Very well done. There's a motion made by Ms. Dennis, second by Ms. Wheeler. Any discussion or by council? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we'll move on to item 7.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. We're here to get your approval to apply and accept some grants. This is a fairly routine, but we wanted to review this with you. I'm here with Karen Feaster, Deputy Airport Director, and our newest member, Eric Troit, who is Director of Projects and Maintenance. I want you to meet Eric. He comes to us with his distinguished airport career, worked in Tallahassee and FDOT. He's the one overseeing these projects. With your permission, I'd like to ask Karen to come up and explain this. I'd remind you that over the past 8 years, we've invested, we've done $90 million in projects. So this is it's a big part of our business to get this done. We can't really project when we're going to get these grants or if we're going to get them. So these are more or less placeholders until we get them. So
And just to add, of that 90 million, most of that was federal.
most of that, 90% federal and 5% state, most of those.
Which the staff worked on to
We
make
chase
sure we
these
had.
down,
Right.
basically, and we have a capital improvement, joint capital improvement plan, JSIP, that's attached here that you see that so we have to compete for these dollars. So Karen, if you'd please come up and just review quickly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so the airport is eligible to receive grant funding through the Federal Aviation Administration and Department of Transportation. And like Rick said, we do compete for grants which are awarded either at 90% FAA, 5% DOT, or 50% DOT with the remaining balance funded with airport reserves. A project must be listed in our program, which is called JSIP, to compete for the funding. And due to the improvement needs of all airports, it is not uncommon for projects to compete year after year until the grant is awarded, if it's awarded at all. So our internal process is to seek council approval to apply and accept for grants for specific projects through the budget resolution. And those budget resolutions are active for 3 years unless there's a disbursement or an encumbrance. So this agenda item includes projects in 3 scenarios. The first 3 projects listed, the stormwater retention pond, software for airport operations training, and the west side ramp run-up area, were approved by council in December 17th, 2015, and these budgets are for renewals. these budget resolutions. The next two, the fire alarm system replacement and parking lot improvements, are dollar increases, and that's either due to scope of work or updated engineers' estimates. And the remaining two are new projects. One is a fire truck, and that will replace a 2005 vehicle. And the second one is the access road, and that is a safety project, and that will provide direct access from our existing fire station to Papa Taxiway, which is one of the main taxiways that run parallel to the main air carrier runway. So we are requesting council approval to apply and accept grants if offered and the associated budget resolutions for the projects listed. And we can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Post?
I move to approve applying and accepting federal and state grant funding assistance for capital projects, budget resolutions to initially appropriate, to reappropriate, or to additionally appropriate airport capital improvement funding.
Second. Motion made by Ms. Post, second by Ms. Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes unanimous without objection. Thank you. Item 8, Donna Butler.
Morning again, Mr. Chair, members of council, Donna DeMarsh Butler. This is the core contract that we bring to you annually, which is a contract between the state of Florida, Department of Health, the county of Volusia, and the local health department. I've got Dr. Holly Smith and Greg Ballard, the assistant director from the health department. Patricia Boswell gives her regards, but she is at a Kresge Foundation conference and so couldn't be here today. This is $2.4 million. Some of that is directly given to the health department for their services, and then some of it's paid indirectly, as well as in kind for the buildings that we own that they utilize. Dr. Holly Smith's going to come up now and tell you a little bit about the programming that's provided under these funds.
Good morning. Holly Smith, Communications Manager for the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. Permission to share with the Deputy Clerk a material to pass around that will help.
Please, thank you.
As Ms. DeMarsh mentioned, she asked me to provide just a very brief overview of the programs that the cash contribution from the contract before you will go to fund. A little bit of a history on the core contract. Chapter 154 of Florida statutes was revised in 1983 to require county health departments like us to partner with the Board of County Commissioners, or in this case, the County Council, to partner together on the delivery of public health services, and that was to engender that partnership and show that it's a shared responsibility among all agencies. This is contract number 34 that is before you. Your cash contribution will primarily address the spread of disease, which is addressed through 3 county health department programs locally. You will see a brochure of program of services before you. That brochure is a summary of all the services that we offer here in Volusia County, but I have highlighted the 3 areas that, again, your cash contribution will go toward. The first is the prevent of the spread, the treatment, the detection of, and the education about sexually transmitted diseases. The second list of programs are environmental health programs, and that's really a wide variety of things. You have a list there, but it's anything from protecting public drinking water in small community water systems, and we also monitor large municipal water systems and everything in between. We test 16 sites of the beaches to ensure the water quality is appropriate for swimmers, and that's through the Florida Healthy Beaches program. We do food inspections, we inspect group homes, and we also permit septic systems to ensure that they adhere to Florida administrative codes. So again, all of this is to protect the public by preventing the spread of disease. The third program that you will see listed in your brochure is the immunization program, and that's adult and child immunizations. So the Department of Health looks forward to working with the County Council on contract number 34 in the next contract year. Thank you.
Good to see you again, Holly.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Okay, Council. Billy, Ms. Wheeler, you're up first.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I would like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2018-19 contract with the Florida Department of Health in the amount of $2,487,910.
Motion by Councilwoman Wheeler, seconded by Councilwoman Cusack. Thank you. And Councilwoman Post, you have a comment?
No, I was just going to make the motion.
Mr. Chair?
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we'll move on to item number 9.
Good morning, Joe Pozo, Public Protection. This item is requesting authorization for fire services in the county to apply and receive a FEMA Federal Assistance to Firefighter Grant in the amount of $1,531,691. It has a 10% match to it that the county would be responsible for and that we have budgeted for. This would update and replace self-contained breathing apparatus for fire services and get us compliant with the 2019 NFPA standard.
Ms. Post.
I move to approve the budget resolution to apply for and accept a FEMA Assistance to Firefighters grant for self-contained breathing apparatus, personal protective equipment.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this second, but I just also have a comment. Question. Is that okay? Okay. So again, can't go not stated, Mr. Rechtenwald. Here's another really great grant that this council is going to approve here, I'm sure unanimously shortly, if I know this council. So who applied for this? I mean, was this internal?
Yes, ma'am. The Assistance for Firefighter Grant is an annual appropriation made by Congress. This year it's $350 million for these types of grants. So we look at these on an annual basis and will from here on out, and we'll probably be coming to you on an annual basis looking for this, looking for some funds for this.
And what really makes this grant, and it was our in-house staff over in Public Protection Administration, I know worked with the fire department. What I really like about this type of grant in this case is this is where we had a need and we met it with a grant versus getting a grant, you know, for something that we may or may, you know, not have needed. So this is something that had to happen. I mean, we were going to pay for these units one way or the other, right, out of the fire tax fund. And this is a case here where we were able to go after this grant and get it and time it right right when we want to replace these units. So this is in fact one of the best type grants when that all comes together, and so I commend the staff for doing that. So.
Motion made by Post, second by Dennis. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and thank you for the good work on this. And we'll move on to item number 10, and you're still up.
Yes, sir. Item 10, on August 21st, at the August 21st council meeting, council selected Centurion Detention Health Services to provide inmate medical services. You directed staff to go back and negotiate a contract, which we have. And that's going to be estimated to be $9 million a year. Bobby King is here with the department. If you have any questions, along with John Robinson from Robinson Bush, who assisted us throughout the process.
Good morning. Bobby King, Corrections Division. I'm pleased to bring you the contract for Centurion Detention Health Services for the inmate medical services for hopefully the next 10 years. We've worked with them for the last 2 months to perfect the contract, the terms and conditions. As you recall, the scope of services was very specific. We had lots of new things in there, lots of increased programs, and they've been very receptive to all of those programs. They've been easy to work with. We've enjoyed our partnership so far. They are here today if you have any specific questions for them. Just to highlight a couple of very important things. When we came to you on August 21st, their initial Proposal was about $426 per inmate per month, and we have $426. We have reduced that by about $19 per inmate per month. That equates to about $1.5 million over the first 5 years of the contract. Right, exactly. They've met most of our requirements that we've asked for. We've been able to work with them very easily. If there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer. Legal will also be able to answer anything you might have. Thank you.
Ms. Post.
I'd like to say I'm looking forward to the increase in the scope of services.
Yeah,
Go
there
ahead.
is one thing I need to add to their description, so.
Go ahead.
Charles Hargrove, Deputy County Attorney. I just also want to say that with respect to the insurance requirements, we're just waiting for some endorsements from a third layer of the excess insurer. And just want to highlight the fact that in working with Centurion and its staff, Mr. Wheeler and Vicki Love, they've been superb. Been one of the more pleasurable experiences in dealing with the insurance issues. And they're really not issues anymore. They're just waiting for the carriers to work through the tedious process of getting the endorsements. So I'm confident that we'll have all the paperwork in place, but we have a 3-hour time difference with the last set of insurance documents, and that represents 3% of the coverage. So, and I'd also say that in terms of what the negotiations were, the savings that we've been able to achieve, that's thanks to Janine Jennings and the hard, heavy lifting behind the scenes, the glue. Andrew Kokaitis was very instrumental, along with Bobby King and the other staff. But you can feel confident that at this point, when you do make a decision to on the insurance, on the inmate healthcare medical services policy, that you can make it contingent upon us just receiving the last endorsements. Other than that, we're good to go.
Okay, Ms. Post.
Again, I'm looking forward to the increase in the scope of services. I'm very happy with that direction that the jail is moving in, and very happy about the funding savings. I was ready to make the motion to approve the contract, but now I'm a little tentative because I wasn't aware of the little kerfuffle there. So the bump.
So if we would.
Where?
We have two options.
Yeah.
Dan.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just hesitant to approve a contract that now is not actually fully in place.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion here. I move that we postpone the contract for inmate medical services with Centurion Detention Health Services till we get the insurance.
I will second that.
Yeah, third, fourth, yes,
Motion made by
absolutely.
Patterson, second by Dennis to postpone until we receive that. Do you anticipate a time that would happen?
Yes. Yes, we'll get this stuff probably by the end of the day today, so we can put it on the next meeting.
Yeah, okay.
So you want to make that with time certain for October 30th?
October 30th.
Okay, motion's made to postpone until October 30th. Pardon?
That's an amendment to the motion.
Okay, that was motion was made by Patterson, seconded by the group. I'll give it to Ms. Denny's, and the motion then to amend by Mr. Patterson to make that time certain October 30th, 2018, made by Mr. Patterson, seconded by Ms. Wheeler. And we have a bunch of you on the taxiway here. So we have a motion, we have an amendment, and we have a motion on the floor. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have, I'd like to know why were we in this position today? If all things were considered and in place, what happened?
Yeah, Charles Hargrove, Deputy County Attorney. What happened is that the carriers that we are dealing with, there are 4 layers of insurance. The carrier sent us, this last carrier that we're dealing with sent us the policy yesterday around 5 o'clock. And The risk manager and I spent most of the night and this morning reviewing the policy that they sent us, and we sent back the changes earlier this morning. So that's what the delay is. It's not with staff, and it's not with Centurion staff, it's with their carrier. We have a carrier that's located in the underwriter is located in Scottsdale, Arizona. So we had a time difference of 3 hours also.
That's reasonable.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you for starting the conversation, Councilwoman Cusack. So, okay, that's a reasonable answer for today, but the agenda was set last week. And I recall when we went through this process and council voted and I think I was the one asking specific questions about insurance, and I know at least one, if not two, were taken out of the process based on insurance questions. So now here we are in an agenda item and we don't have the insurance. So,
we have all the insurance, 97% of it. It's $3 million that we're looking at, and I don't think the Centurion or we could control the carrier in its response in providing this additional excess insurance. So it's not a question of what we did before in the past. That action I do believe is correct, and I would stand by that with respect to what the requirements were. At this point here, it's just waiting for this last carrier to make the endorsements. And I will say to you that we, this morning and yesterday, they said they will make the changes to the endorsements. So this here now is a question of just the mechanics of getting them to give us the proper paperwork.
understand, and council has the mechanics of making sure we've got the insurance covered in a $3 million gap, with all due respect.
Correct.
So
Don't dispute that.
we should not, council should not have been in this position on this issue at this time.
I think it was probably a last-minute thing that wasn't anticipated, that wouldn't be corrected, and sometimes insurance companies are a little...
Sure, and the problem, just two things that are a little unusual. A lot of our contracts, depending on, like say it was a construction contract or something, they wouldn't even get their insurance until they were awarded. That's number one. Number two, the reason we left it on and try to negotiate up to the last minute, and I apologize for putting the council in this position, but because of the transition time that it takes to take, and put these folks in place and remove the other one, I felt it was worth the risk to work up right to the last minute to ensure that we had this maximum amount of time to do that transition. We'll still be okay if it goes to the next meeting. But then it starts pushing it, and then we risk the idea of having to have an extension to the current contractor, which could cost an additional amount of money to the county. So it is, why we are trying again. And Charles, I commend him and their staff. Spencer, they worked at 2 o'clock in the morning last night trying to get this resolved. And that's what happens sometimes in trying to move things forward. But we do realize the importance of the insurance issue to the council. But again, I felt it was worth the risk to take it right up to this. I was hoping maybe it'd be resolved even as late as this morning. So it didn't happen that way. We'll bring it to the next meeting, and we'll be fine at that time. And that, I think, will make everyone more comfortable.
Mr. Patterson said if he had been the underwriting agent, he would have approved it by now. But anyway, Mr. Patterson.
That would have been a conflict of interest here for me.
Oh, sorry about that. But your name was up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Cusack's up.
That was...
Ms. Post, you're up.
Well, I understand that we're, down to the wire, and I understand that things happen. Totally get that, and very understandable. But even if it is down to the last minute, I don't feel that should really have even been brought to us if you don't have a full contract for approval of that contract. So even up to the last minute, I think we probably could have pooled this or done that to where it wasn't brought in front of us.
Okay. We have a motion to amend the motion to amend to time certain on October 30th. Is there
Mr. Chair,
any objection to the motion?
I think your motion was to postpone, sir.
That was the motion. The motion was
You
made
said
to
motion to
postpone.
amend. I just wanted
The
to-
amendment to the motion was what we're voting on right now, which
Okay, I'm
was
sorry.
for a time certain on the 30th. Is there approval of the amendment? Any objection? No objection to that. Is there any objection to the motion as amended? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion as amended passes, and we will see some of you back on the 30th of October. We'll move to item number 11. And I'm sorry it didn't get worked out today. I'm sorry that we couldn't have passed it subject to, but I guess we couldn't. I didn't make that motion. I would have, but that's just me.
Okay, as everyone comes up here, I'd like to open this particular item. The council, I want to clarify some things as I'm doing this. So, this item was first presented as an agenda, an agenda item back in August 17, 2017. It was actually presented to council as a non-agenda item on July 20th. Council wanted to have more information, directed the manager at the time to bring it forward, and he did on August 17th as an agenda item. That was, I think, incorrectly reported. I want to make sure that was clarified. That particular review focused on the options of the combined site. There were further options, and this council, at its recent workshop this past August, asked me to bring it forward again and to go over the other options that were talked on. How did we arrive at the original option? In the meantime, while all this was going on, something else occurred that made it necessary to talk about this item. The item, the hurricane occurred 1 month after we discussed this last time in August. As we had talked a few meetings ago, the hurricane, of course, damaged 250 North Beach Street, our administrative offices, and offices that also held functions of the court. So we have not been able to use that building, and as we reported, we've been working with our insurance carrier and with FEMA to get reimbursed for that building. So that building, at the time of a lot of this work was done, was either contemplated as being out of date or being used, but in the form that it was at. We now have an opportunity, and we need to work with FEMA, and this is one of the reasons we have to talk today about that building and where it would play in the scheme of things. So when we're done with the review, I will probably need a little bit of direction on just the 250 North Beach Street part of it and putting it into Dewberry's analysis. So really, a little bit of the data that's in this report just needs to be updated as part of that process. I would also like to say that, again, this is we did this originally because of the safety issues that are in the court, but this is a long-term process. We know that today, and we're not asking for, I want to make it clear, we're not asking today for a decision, on this particular site or anything of that nature. We just need to keep the process moving because it's a long process. To do our diligence, do our work, you're talking about quite a, literally a couple of years to put something like this together and then have it designed and then be able to go on out in construction. So you're a long way from that. And even today, it's not even contemplated, in our 5-year forecast and the budget as it sits today. So, but this is part of that process. And if we don't stay on it, I don't want it to fall behind. No matter what direction it ends up going, it's something that we have to continue to work on. And it's very, very important. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Tad, who will go ahead and go over the parts of the study and bring us kind of back to where we were last August and then going forward. Tad.
Thank you, George. Tad Casebeer, County Engineer.
as George mentioned, some things have changed since the study was previously completed by our consultant, Dewberry. They did a fantastic job analyzing the different needs that we have in our judicial system, but that's primarily what it was a needs analysis. They did, as a part of that, go ahead and prepare some base conceptual plans. And when you look at them on the map, it's a little bit misleading. They look like they're finalized plans, that there's been a lot of thought put into it. That's really not the case. They're approximate shapes put on an approximate location to help figure out, could we do this at this particular site, or will we need to make other adjustments? So as a part of the hurricane and its effect on the property there, we wanted to make sure that we're not compromising our funding capabilities, that we revise our study and make any adjustments based on potential funding options that are out there. George mentioned insurance money and the FEMA money that might be available to help replace 250 North Beach Street. There are potentially some strings attached, so to speak, with the FEMA funds that we need to make sure that are accounted for, and we study whether or not it's important or it's necessary or worthwhile, to make adjustments to our plans to make use of that. So we don't have the answer for that. We need our consultant to take a look at that. So that's what we're going to be asking for some direction on. We do have our consultant here. As we put in the agenda item, we have his presentation. It's not the same presentation he brought to you last time. Believe it or not, it's actually pared down from before. We are going to have him go through it real quick, just so you understand the different things that they found in their study that we need to consider in the different options. Chief Judge Zambrano is here. He'd like to say a few things to emphasize their concerns and their goals for the project. But at the end, I'd like to open it up, get some more direction, so that when we engage the consultant, we've got a better idea, we've got a narrower focus for them, which helps us to present a better project to you and avoid spending money and time on bad options, so to speak. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our consultant, Jim.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jim Bate. I'm with Dewberry, and I'm pleased to be here today. Thank you for the time. We have an agenda today. We'll try to go through the study pretty quickly, because I know your time is very valuable. We'll go over the scope, highlight some of the issues on the buildings that were the most critical to look at, talk about the opportunities for enhancing operations consolidation, which turned into the options that we're going to present today. And then we do have what was at the time a preferred option, which we put a little bit more detail into. The scope of the work was to review the county-wide criminal justice system. That's all aspects of it. Understand how they operate, understand the buildings that they're in and the areas associated with those buildings, opportunities for efficiencies, identify the future needs going forward out to the year 2035, so that we're building for the future, not just today, and then provide solutions for those needs. We talk to all the members of the courts, work with them very closely. The list is up there: the clerk, court administration, the state attorney, public defender, law library, court mediation, the sheriff, guardian ad litem, in addition to all the judges involved in the system. So very comprehensive in terms of everybody's involvement in the project. Volusia County has actually 12 different locations with housing the courts throughout the county, with the west part of the county being fairly well consolidated. The east part, as you can see, is split up fairly extensively. The buildings in the red are the ones that are really in the most closely looked at in the study because of the sort of building deficiencies that occur within them. So you see those listed here. The ones in red are the buildings that we really took a very hard look at. The east side of the county, especially the new courthouse, is in very good shape. So let's drill down a little bit on some of the highlights of sort of three major buildings. There's the City Island Courthouse Annex. The building has a number of deficiencies, not just physically, but also operationally. And you're going to see a consistent theme in terms of security issues related to a lack of separation of the judges, the public, and the in-custody defendants that really make these facilities challenging to operate. That is true for City Island. It is also true for the admin building, which of course is a bit out of the mix now that's been shut down because of the storm. We'll spend any time on that. And then as well as the building down in New Smyrna, which also is being used very sporadically at this point. At the time of the study, both of these buildings were still active in the use by the courts. In the courts, then you drill down a little bit further in terms of the litigation spaces within the courts. There are 42 spaces that court is held in. Out of those 42 spaces, there are 15 that we deemed as deficient. What that really means is they're somewhat makeshift. They're undersized and just being used because there's all that's available at this point in time. So there's a pretty big delta in terms of usable, operationally sufficient courtrooms versus what's being used today. So once we went through that sort of preliminary fact-finding at a very detailed level, we came back and revisited the goals. Number one goal was safety and security, to provide the separation of the inmate, judicial, public parties in the litigation process so that we eliminate as best we can that opportunity for conflict. Look very heavily at opportunities to consolidate on the eastern side of the county because they are so chopped up. The operational costs are expensive, both for transportation of inmates, transportation of staff back and forth, and also the sheriff's office having to independently secure numerous locations. We also want to be mindful of existing assets, utilize them to the best leverage that we can, improve operational efficiency, increase level of service to the public, and then also make sure that we're convenient to public transportation. Those were the goals that drove the options. In terms of the program study, we did take a look out, like I said, to the year 2035 to give us an idea of the space that is needed then. So we're building for the future, not just building for today. And that number is about 250,000 square feet. Out of that came 6 options. Option number 1 was to take the existing Foxman Criminal Courts building and to reuse that and consolidate all the Eastern Court operations on that site with an addition. Number 2 was essentially reuse of Foxman, also put all the courts on that site, but to look at reusing the City Island building as an office building to house probation, pretrial, administrative functions. Option 3 was really looking at trying to enhance both courthouses. We would maintain civil courts at City Island, criminal courts and family courts at Foxman. The 4th option looked at, well, what if there's a way to really add the additional court space needed to the City Island Courthouse and just maintain the use of Foxman as it stands today. And then there was also a look at a consolidated criminal court at the jail site so that all the court operations would be located at the jail, and no real new work on the east side of the county. And then finally, as a sort of a benchmark, really, what would be the cost of a new courthouse on a new site on the eastern side of the campus? That's option number 6. These are all, as Tad talked about, very conceptual. You'll see these black boxes next to the existing buildings. They're just giving you an idea of about roughly what the footprint would be. There's really no real design behind them. So it's just to give a conceptual idea of what this order of magnitude is. So with option number 1, it's very straightforward. All the functions are located with the Foxman building, and we would vacate the other facilities on the eastern side of the court. Very operationally efficient. We looked at pros and cons of each option. With everything co-located on one site, there are very few cons associated with this option, with potentially needing to acquire a little bit of property because of some stormwater expansion requirements and perhaps some additional parking. Option 2, again, maintains City Island as an office building. So you have work in both facilities, but with all the courts being located on the Foxman site. You'd have the public defender, guardian ad litem, and a portion of the state attorney office that would be within the City Island existing courthouse. No court operations would be located in it. So it has most of the same advantages of the first option, with all the courts being co-located. The cons of it are that you have a significant investment in the City Island Courts building, a building that arguably may be at the end of its useful life, and that you still have some court agencies, although arguably workable, that are located off-site in City Island. The third option then says, well, we have existing courtrooms in City Island. Isn't there some way we can reuse those? And the thought was maybe a more leveraging of existing resources. So we maintain civil courts on the City Island Courthouse, and then everything else basically gets, and associated with that would be the civil probate and also the civil clerk. And then all the other courts are located with a fairly, good-sized addition to the Foxman building. What we found with that is that you still maintain the split court operation. So in effect, you haven't improved the operational issues at all. Everything is sort of a status quo, if you will. The other thing that's important to understand is that even though civil courts would be in the City Island Courthouse, you still have inmate delivery occasionally for witnesses that may have to come to trial. And the sheriff is still fully having to secure two court facilities. So all the operational costs you're incurring now with the existing setup is maintained in the future. The next option was, well, what if you really left Foxman alone, kept it as a criminal court, and put all the construction on the City Island Courthouse? There were a lot of pitfalls, we think, with this option. First of all, the site is very limited, and it will be a challenge to get not only all those functions, but as well as parking on that site. It also still maintains lease space because the site can't fully accommodate the public defender nor the state attorney location that's on 440 Beach Street. It also would be a tremendous amount of disruption trying to do that work on the existing courthouse while you're still trying to maintain operation. And it is on the spectrum of costs is on the higher end because of the work that needs to be done to the existing building. And then finally, the jail site, well, finally, actually, option number 5 was to build the criminal courts at the jail site. And the thought there was that would minimize the transportation cost of the inmates to the courthouse, that there would be one consolidated location for all the criminal courts. And that's really what drove this option. It would leave just the Foxman Court as the only operating court facility on the east side of the county. The cons of that, though, now is in effect you have 3 courthouses you're operating, so the sheriff is having to do full security, oversight of 3 buildings. It locates the largest courts program at the jail, which essentially means that the DeLand facility would be partially vacated, which then you have an existing asset that's not fully utilized. And actually is again on the high spectrum end of cost. Not the most costly, but almost as much as the most costly. Which brings us to option 6. And this was really a benchmark to understand what the cost of a new court facility on the east side of the campus would be. Here is where you build an all-new court facility on a new site. And what does that mean from a cost standpoint? Obviously, you're walking away from all your assets. But we felt it was important to benchmark that number to see what it would be. So the really cons are not the reuse of your existing resources. Obviously, operationally, it would be ideal. So based on that, we then took a look at the 6 options, and in our estimation, 3 of them really dropped out, leaving the 1 and 2 options with the Foxman building being fully reutilized, 1 for all the courts, and option number 2, just where you reuse City Island for some office functions. And then to continue carrying forward the discussion, the idea of a new courthouse on a new site. The other 3 options, the reuse of Foxman with reuse of City Island for courts, new courts addition, and consolidated criminal court just really didn't make any sense carrying it forward. So to Tad's earlier point, we developed these graphics really more as a way of due diligence on our part to test the viability of the options, to make sure we could get the parking on the site, to make sure they could be implemented, and to get a better idea of what the cost would be. So with option 1, we did do a site plan test fit, where we identified how the addition could be done. In this case, it is more focused on Ridgewood Avenue. And you can see where the parking is located. Option 2 is basically, from a site planning standpoint, on the existing Foxman site, identical. The only difference is now we're looking at the renovation of the City Island Courthouse for office space. No site work would be involved with that. It would just be the renovation of the building. Then option 6, we spent a little bit of time, mostly to identify what the acreage would need to be involved for what a new court facility would be on a new site. Assuming that getting a huge parcel of land in a reasonable area of downtown Daytona was impractical, we assumed that we would have to build a parking deck for the parking. Based on that, we came up with 3 pricings, and these were developed at the time to get an order of magnitude difference between each of the 3 options. What is not included in these 3 options is escalation to a midpoint of construction. Also, what is included at the time was recouping the cost for selling some of the existing county properties. When we see the final estimate, what we've done is we've added the escalation because we think that's important for budgeting standpoint. And given the uncertainty of the outcome of some of these existing county properties, we swept that aside and didn't assume that there would be any benefit from that. There could be down the road. But what became clear was that option 1 and option 2 were almost identical. We're talking really a % differential in the cost of the 2. In our estimation, not enough to really drive a decision. However, the new courthouse is about a $30 million delta, so it's a significant jump to get to that building. So out of that, we, because of the tightness of the cost delta between 1 and 2, our thought at the time was that option 1 probably makes the most sense. And again, from a due diligence standpoint, we wanted to do a little bit more work on that to make sure we better identify the cost. At the starting point, we went back to the original site plan that we did. One problem we felt was that the parking in some cases was extremely remote. There's no separation of staff or back of house parking from public parking. It's a bit of a free-for-all. So we developed an option where we changed the focus of the courthouse to Beach Street versus existing front door. The initial test fit, both the option includes needing to take over Palmetto Avenue, which we understand is doable. But our initial test fit had a sort of a fatal flaw. If you see the red dotted line there, that's a crossover between secure circulation for inmate delivery and the public. Given, goal number 1 was to maintain security and separation, that was unacceptable. So we went to this, what we called option 1B, where we put the courts in one annex, the county office functions supporting it in another, and came up with the revised site plan, which has staff service towards the back, all the public parking to the front, with the focus of the building being on Beach Street. We did some quick 3Ds just to give people an idea of what the mass of this is on the site. No, really no more than that. And then updated the numbers. And again, the difference between the earlier cost estimate and this one is that we did escalate the cost from 2017 dollars to midpoint of construction dollars, which I believe is around 2021, 2022. And then also took out any benefit we would get from selling existing properties because it's just, we don't know the outcome of that. And so that is where we are today, and really open it up for your discussion, thoughts, and ideas so that we can hopefully move forward with further refinement.
Okay. Having seen this, it's a lot easier now, I think, to determine and for us to see how you arrived at the process. Possibly if we had seen this in more detail before, it might have been easier for us to grasp it. One quick point, Council. After this, we have roughly 15 or 20 minutes, we guesstimate, of the items that we have left on the agenda. Staff has asked, do you want to go ahead and break for lunch after this? We can have something brought in, or we can work through and anticipate being finished by about 1 o'clock.
I said just a restroom break.
Yeah, we can do that. Take it through?
Yeah, take it through. Just
Okay. Okay. We're going to go ahead, George, and just
Thank you.
work through. We will take a break after this or before, questioning whichever staff want, what council wants, if you're okay to work through this part. And to me, I appreciate the work that you've done on this. It's a lot, again, it's easier to see. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from the original, we're up 20%. From 1 to 1A, 1B, we're up $20 million. That's 20%. It's a pretty big increase. So in looking at all this, and I know today is just about North Beach Street, is that correct, Mr. Rechtenwald? The only thing you're going to want direction from this council on is what to do with North Beach. Is that correct?
You're right. That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to have discussion, but the only thing on the table is North Beach.
Right, exactly.
Okay. But while we're looking at this, if the goal is safety, one thing that I haven't seen and that I'd like to see, I'm going to want to see going forward, is current and emerging technologies, how that works with inmate interviews, because I believe in this next couple of years, the way technology is moving, I think there can be some efficiencies created through the use of technology, and I haven't seen any of that addressed. I would like to see a whole segment just on the technology sector and where that's going to cut efficiencies, because we have to find efficiencies. Because a 20%, just looking at this now, a 20% increase to 120, we have to, first of all, we have to build a courthouse. I'm good with that. This is part of the discussion.
Right.
But going forward, all we're talking is bricks and mortar right now. You start adding everything that goes in from the sheetrock inside, you know where that's going to escalate. So I want to see that component on the new and emerging technologies to achieve some operational efficiencies that will also, I think, probably, it will absolutely create a greater safety firewall, if you will, through technology, literally. But I also, if we're going to look at this, I saw that you had the new Smyrna Beach building there and you had Foxman on it, but I didn't see City Island on there for sale, Mr. Rechtenwald. So if the option, if council decides to build a brand-new courthouse, City Island, and we're not going to utilize City Island for these purposes, I want to see this, I want to see a real estate list of properties that we can use to offset new construction for a new site. I want to use current assets and value to offset new construction costs going forward. And that's not, after it's built, we're going to do this. We're going to be in a parallel universe here.
We got it?
But we have to, efficiencies have to be created. They absolutely have got to be created going forward. But with that, I don't know where do you want us to go with?
I think on the North Beach, to me, I think something would fit in there. George and I have had discussions, I guess all of y'all had discussions. If you could find a location on the site that will allow us, as we had voted, to receive the FEMA funding for that.
Right.
With the idea that some little boxes could be put in to work within that parameter on the Beach Street location for the courthouse and facilities, I think that would be a simplistic way to look at it of where it would work, because I know several things you'd mentioned wouldn't work.
That's exactly what, today, if you notice, if you could go back, Tad, to one of the pictures there with the last, I think it was 1B, or yeah, either one of those. Again, these are boxes. He hasn't done.
Not that one, right?
Well, I mean, that could work as well. My point is.
I like the one where it's really looking like little boxes.
Okay, we can go back to.
I like dimensional.
Put the dimensions.
There
you go. Okay.
You really see the boxes. There's also a bunch of flat lines.
If you notice,
I don't like
here,
flat lines.
Right now, in this particular picture, you have 250 North Beach is gone. It's not, it's because it was an outdated building, and the idea being that possibly with some changes here, there are some constraints with FEMA, and that's why, it'd be lovely if there weren't, and we could just take the money and stick it in the project. But and there are some options with our insurance. There might be the option of not having the FEMA money, but I think that's what has to get worked out and what we need our person to look at. But the idea is possibly the green box there could be rearranged and brought into. It has to only get on the parcel. The parcel would kind of be in this picture.
Anybody have a laser pointer?
Well, here I can try the little.
Or use your.
Yeah, what I'm
screen.
thinking is in this area here is the parcel for 250 North Beach. So roughly, and
it's not. You're not drawing anything.
Oh, came up on mine, but apparently I don't have the.
We've had problems with this before. That's okay.
Let me see if it does it this time.
There it goes.
There's a line.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay, that's a parking lot.
So maybe if this was put more in that direction or turned in that direction, then of that dollar amount, you were talking $122 million, well, they're looking at, and if we follow it on their parcel, the rule is they'll pay the construction escalation. So the idea is $10-12 million could be moved, or could be injected into the project if you put the green box possibly.
That would be almost where it is now, right?
Right, but it'd be shoved back towards the
Understand.
complex. Right, and then possibly connected, because we're still, the idea of getting rid of Palmetto, we had to work with the city, so. The Foxman's back here.
It's the gray box,
Yeah.
The gray one.
Right. So the idea is, if you just turn, and again, we didn't have we didn't have any of this information at the time. The building was there, and it was outdated and not considered. Now you'd be looking at a brand new building, which would be built to the specifications that are needed for that type of work. Instead of before, we just kind of shoehorned people in there because there was a building there. Now it would be different. So you'd be looking at possibly getting $10 million off that $122 million. So that's my thought is, if we, again, are getting some outside funding that we weren't planning on. We'll also look, by the way, a security grant, just like we've talked about before. We'll go after every kind of grant funding that we can get to help with the cost. And but again, what we're going to seek today is for Dewberry just to consider now, instead of having an old building, now you've got a potentially a brand new building paid for by somebody else, and then refigure that in and refigure the cost along with the technology and the other stuff you talked about. But we just need to give them that direction, because they're kind of stuck right now, and that's why we're here today. And I believe if FEMA sees us that we're moving forward, that's important as well, because remember, their money will have a little bit of a time element on that part of it. So just, once you get going, they want you to spend it.
And wouldn't that probably, by moving that building, wouldn't that probably address some of the initial discussion with Daytona as far as?
Right, that'll prompt that. Yes, see, that's what I'm saying, is it keeps the thing moving in terms of, it's a long-term process, but, if we know where we're going, we will get there because we'll have that kind of a plan.
That would also give flexibility to the location of how you would connect a new courthouse facility, right?
Right.
It would shift. So if we could look at giving direction to locating 250, we try to move forward. Once that part of the puzzle is filled in, that leaves you a little blank space to look to see how to configure the rest of the structures going forward. Is that right, Council?
Exactly, and that's exactly, and you're not committing to anything.
I understand.
But it gives you option 1BA or something. But I mean, it gives you. We don't have that option.
How about
today?
1B? How about 1C?
1C, D, wherever we're at. We'll give it the name.
For construction.
Go with option A.
I like to move forward. I don't like to just, sorry. Ms. Coos, let me take.
Oh, we got a long way to go to move forward.
Okay. I just wanted to try to clarify what he was looking from us going forward. Ms. Cusack?
I think I like the plan where we're heading here. We need to move with this, and for me, the direction is what we have recommended as option 1C, and that's where I am.
Okay. Dr. Lowry?
Same here. I was wondering, the whole goal of this was safety. And maybe I'm asking the impossible, but is there any way that these different proposals can be rated from a safety view? Is there any way we can look at those and say this is like a 95% safe, this one's an 88%? See what I'm getting at? I don't know if that's even, I may be asking for the impossible.
We could score those based on, let's say, 100's an ideal situation, and then working back.
That would help me, because that was the goal we're looking for. Well, that's true too, and things kind of a moving target. I got you. I'm good.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler?
Yeah, I just want to question again. So the 1C, the new Plan C that we're looking at, that is contingent upon FEMA allowing us to, we don't have to build right on that spot?
It pretty much is that spot.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you develop this, we will get with Dewberry and go over what the FEMA requirements are to be funded, and they will factor that into their analysis.
Correct. It's my-
I'm for that.
Yeah, it's my understanding that we can adjust the building. It doesn't have to have the same footprint. It needs to match similar square footage. It needs to be on the same parcel. If we do it in 2 stories or 4 stories versus 1.
And the same purpose, general purpose, which was a government building that had a mix of admin and court in it. So it'll qualify under those scenarios. So.
Okay. Chief Judge Zambrano, you've seen this for the first time like us, guessing. What are your thoughts? Or
I actually saw it when they showed it to the News Journal.
You mean 2 or 3 years ago?
I'm just here to
Sure.
remind you that the courthouse annex is not getting any younger. It wasn't built like the pyramids. It's my understanding they're about to wrap the columns on the outside because concrete is falling off. And just to very quickly to give you an example of why this is needed, and I haven't missed a meal since 1963, so I'll hurry. Last month, we had a trial where an individual had threatened Judge Stacia Warren at the courthouse annex, a very public trial, where the trial was held at the Justice Center, and the individual was very disruptive. So we stuck him in the media room, because he has a constitutional right to confront his accuser. He has to be in the courtroom. Now, in the old days, Foxman Sr. would order duct tape and duct tape the defendant to the chair and to his mouth. This was done back in the 90s.
I like that idea.
The civilized world says we shouldn't do that, that we should be a little more kind. So, and Foxman Jr. put the individual back in the media room so we could have he could have his fair day in court, even if he was being disruptive. And we had a trial. So now these are judges that walk in and out of the annex, and they're concerned about. These are the people that we know about. There's a lot of them we don't know about. So every one of us is always having that in the back of our minds. You know, how am I going to get to my car? You know, the annex is going to keep sucking money out of the county's coffers here until you get going on this project. I'm just here to ask you, don't let it get stale. Just put the next step forward, and then whatever that is, let's just move towards that point.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Judge Kelly, you're just here for support? No, you're not here just for support.
I'm just here to carry his briefcase.
And does he not have a guard with him now? Is he okay? We've got several here. I'm sure, yeah, there he is. Dave's back there. So, Mr. Patterson?
The first appearance, is that going to be in these buildings, or is it going to be, because I know at one time, 20 years ago, we were trying to set something up where we'd have it out by the county jail.
There is a courtroom at the county jail for first initial appearances, and that is proposed to be maintained.
Okay. I think the other thing that we looked at, by bringing in the public defender office, the state attorney's office, I know I've had discussions with both of those. They feel like that will make them efficient, and then you'll have the vacation of those areas where they currently are, putting them in a much better situation because both have to appear in court sometime. That will make it in fact, that would add to the safety and so forth of it. Ms. Post?
Are we looking at workshopping this at any point, or?
What we're looking for today is direction on the location of 250
I
North
realize
Beach.
that, but I'm asking
Definitely,
a
we
separate
will need,
question.
we will definitely have to have more public discussion and workshopping. I just needed today to get permission to ask them to look at the new option with 250 North Beach Street being reconstructed. If we were to have we need that information to have a workshop. So, and I think that's where we're at.
The next step for us after this would be, we'd work with Dewberry. Their current task assignment is complete. So we would initialize a new task assignment that'll come back in front of you, but we'll add in the tasks, as George mentioned, to include 250 North. Their previous analysis was judicial space. It had nothing to do with the office space, even though that was in 250 North, and they somewhat accommodated in here. They didn't analyze any of it. They just said, okay, have 21,000-ish square feet. We allocate that space and so on. So they'll accommodate that in the task assignment, bring that back to you. then obviously they'll get started on it. When they come back with the recommendations, at that point, we can workshop it or whatever you'd
And
like
some
to do.
items have been moved in the meantime out to Holzenbach and other places that may stay there, so that may free up again. So the size of the project, it was important to take a look at some of these changes that could save space or be space reutilized when they go back through the with the kind of new layout.
So since this is a fluid discussion and we are keeping this going, and I know that it takes a while for us to actually get the workshops in place, so perhaps we might discuss that.
I think what we need, as far as the
Scheduling.
workshop, I think what I would like to see is, I would like to see a revised, once he does his scope on the location, to workshop it, once that comes back, to see what we have as a footprint. We could obviously workshop that. When you get it back, when do you think you'll have this done? Next
That's what I
week?
was going to say. Is I think when we bring back the task assignment for your approval, at that point, we'll give you a schedule on how long we think it'll take.
And then we can workshop,
Negotiate the scope, we'll
workshop
negotiate
from
the
that
schedule
point.
as well.
Exactly. I think you're targeting probably, just off the top of my head,
90 days.
Yeah, you'd be looking around Christmas or
After.
thereafter, just a little bit after. May start off the new year with some of these. I know our intention is to have multiple workshops, so this will certainly be one of them.
I know this is a very gentle decision in the background, but I want to make sure that we're planning ahead and that we're looking. It would be nice to know that information that we would have from workshops when we're making these gradual decisions along the way.
Exactly.
So I think it's best that we
I think
schedule something.
we've reached an important point today in that we're moving forward. We pulled it off of the shelf. It's been out there for years, and then even from August of 17, which was not the most recent, and then we brought it back this year. So we're at this point. Ms. Wheeler?
I just want to make sure, I don't know if this is where the time to put this in, but when you're looking at this new plan, that I would love to not see any of the parking facing on Beach Street, taking up that front area that possibly we could have shops or something, because anything that would disconnect, so to speak, all the commercial area, if you understand what I'm saying.
I think once you move the green building
Yeah.
down closer to Beach, a lot of that parking is going to go somewhere else.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
But I don't
that
know
that's
that
a
we would be
consideration.
I don't know that we would be putting shops on our property. We wouldn't. Not on this property, wouldn't think.
And we will try to make some accommodation for that. The unfortunate part of that, and it's the same problem we have with 250 North Beach Street right now, is it's in the floodway. And we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we're
In the
putting
flood.
something in that we're replacing every so often.
Okay.
Not that there aren't things that we can't do to mitigate for that, but
I mean,
it won't present that same.
Y'all are designers. There is a garage on here somewhere, right?
Yes, the two orange structures on the backside, on the right and the left.
Okay.
To-
So
to
those
Ms.
would be,
to Ms. Boyle-
the point could be that you could locate the 250, the green building that's moving over, you could almost maybe connect it to a parking garage, or no?
Yes, you could.
And then the other one could connect, the other parking would obviously connect to Foxman, and then Foxman and Courthouse Annex, new one, would be connected. So you'd have it to where you could easily connect everything.
Sure.
And probably save $40 million doing that. I'm just kidding.
Well, you
I
just
mean,
did the
wish, you
design,
might
I
as well
don't know.
wish for something.
Yeah, man.
Don't go big or go home, right? And so, any other questions, staff? Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this conversation is about 250 North Beach. I don't think council has decided on the schematics.
That's correct.
No.
We have not decided on the schematics. We have not decided on the options.
Right.
What
We have, so we're just talking. I just don't want, I don't want us to leave here with saying, well, they decided to do this and they're already talking about parking garages. So this is all about, this is a conversation that we have to have because of Florida's sunshine law. That's the only time we talk. And this is to be encouraged. But when you do come back, I want to see the cost, the real-time cost on those appraisals on the properties.
let's workshop it first.
And the technologies.
Yeah,
at
we
the same
definitely will
time.
workshop and talk, but
Before we-
that's the information, is Ms. Denny's, though, I think is very wise, and, you know, well, these are things you're gonna need to eventually make these decisions. And if, you know, I always say sometimes price can dictate desire. You gotta, you know, we have to make sure that we're using the taxpayers' money in the best way possible, and so we will definitely look at the technology. I had a very good meeting with the clerk of the court the other day about just trying to learn their records challenges, you know, the amount that they have to store. And they're moving in a direction to take as much as they can electronically. Not everything can be electronic. And there's a big conversion process that's going on to try and convert records. They're very, very good about how they handle that. But, you know, again, you have the opportunity when you build something new to get all these stuff included, and then you'll know, you know, what will have to be kept, what could be stored in electronic format, and thus saving some space.
Okay. I think you've given good direction. We have not committed to building a $130 million building.
Not at all.
We are getting the information. We're moving it forward with the understanding we know we have to do something. We can't just let it sit on the shelf. And we have a lot of work has gone into it. A lot of good work has gone into it. And there will be a lot more that will go into it before we reach the finalization. But thank you so much and look forward to it. And before we take a little quick break, I think some people are here from the News Journal. Are they ready? Is anybody ready? Okay, before we do that, there's a challenge for those of you who don't know. It's a throwdown, the Great Bake Off between the editor, the little editor of the News Journal, the little editor, and his spatula with his name on it, for Food Brings Hope, and your county chairman, the big county chairman, as you can see in the videos which go in. It's all for Food Brings Hope, and I think he has a present for some of us.
What does that mean?
I don't know what's happening.
I think we need to define getting wired in council chambers, Mr. Rice.
We're gonna conduct this while we're still in council. We're not gonna recess for this. That's all right, council? Okay, just privilege. Mr. Pat Rice.
Check with Dan on that.
That's okay.
Anyway, sorry everyone, but we are trying to raise money for Food Brings Hope, and Ed was gracious enough to challenge me to a bake-off, and there's really only one way to prove who can bake and who can't. And so I thought we would bring some lovely brownies. They are chocolate, pecan, caramel brownies.
They're under 20 ounces, right?
And we didn't just bring seven, we brought
20 grams.
George, Donna, all you guys, you all get one. Even give one to the county attorney, I think. And so help yourselves. I'm going to, you know, Ed, I think you probably should dish them out. So here they are.
Let's take care of one.
Well, you know, the proof is in the pudding, which is the eating of it. And I accept the picture you presented this morning, and we will eat them and decide if they're acceptable.
All right.
Right?
All right. Well,
So,
let everyone else have one first, and then you.
okay.
Ed's gonna lick 'em
while,
all.
While you're here, just to show you how this throwdown is gone, he only brings me something, right? Anyone who contributes to Food Brings Hope on the Ed Kelly chair page, we have a drawing every week for a gift, one of 4 desserts. And this week's winner, not in a nice package like yours, but you might want to take a look at the triple chocolate coconut pecan brownies, handmade by yours truly yesterday. And this week's winner, out of the drawing, videoed Billy Wheeler.
From you. Listen, I'm not surprised that it's some sort of inside deal, first of all. But enjoy. I'm sure they're excellent, and I hope you enjoy
pass these out.
And now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna get out of Dodge.
Okay.
For everybody, Food Brings Hope is raising funds for children who need that funding, and I think 100% of what we're raising goes to those kids. So if you want to throw some dollars in, you can vote for Ed, or you can vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you, and with that, we will take a, no. Do what? Dustin wants a brownie? Well, when I present your gift, we'll make sure that Dustin gets at least 2 of whatever I bring. Maybe he'll be a little bit more favorable and sweeter and nice to us after that. Thank you. With that, we'll take a recess for 12 minutes. Be back here at 12:20. Huh? Is that okay? Okay, we will be resuming the council meeting in 1 minute. 1 minute. And those are not my best ones. They're not bad though, are they? Huh? Well,
It is done today. There's no
That's
ones
fine.
in London giving a $100 million policy.
you need some time away. Put your. Okay, we're back from recess. We're moving on to item number 12. Tad?
Good morning or afternoon, I'm not sure which it is, but capital project schedule is in front of you. We've got an update for this quarter. We've got 11 projects that we've completed, and we've started 5 of them this quarter. Amongst that
Is that
group-
microphone working? They don't,
Are you not hearing me?
not other than just you.
Sorry. Is that better?
That's better.
All right. I don't think it goes any higher. I'll dig a hole next time. How about that? All right. Is this better? Am I louder? Yeah. All right. As I was saying, we completed 11 projects, and we started 5 of them this quarter. We did have some adjustments on schedules for 8 projects. Real quickly, projects we've completed recently were the City Island Playground. Out at the Ocean Center, we completed the air handling replacement unit. At the Branch Jail, we completed the roof replacement phase 1. And out at Coastal, we've completed a couple of projects, the Volusia County off-beach parking over at Hiles, and then the Smyrna Dunes project, which Boardwalk was actually completed a quarter early, so that was one of our project adjustments. Roadway-wise, we completed the LPGA section from Jimmy Ann over to Derbyshire, and then we've also completed 3 trails, the Spring to Spring Trail, the Grand Avenue section, which you were aware of previously, and then most recently the section over from Brevard down to Cow Creek, and then Gobbler's Lodge down to Maytown, which we had the opening on back in September. So we've also completed some traffic signals over at Pioneer Trail and Airport, and then also at Graves Avenue in Kentucky. We made some modifications to those as well. So the new projects are the Ocean Center. We've got replacement of the arena roof, and then also the parking, the deck, and drainage restoration. Mike Ulrich has also started the Thornby Park Water Quality Improvement Project, and then we're also started on that Williamson project up in the LPGA area. So, and we added, technical wasn't started, but we added in the Marine Science Center project. It's a little bit different than the others. Most of the others, or all the others, are large projects in and of themselves. The Marine Science Center is actually a group of projects which we are starting to bundle so that we get a better design and better construction, and overall a better price for that project overall. So if you had any particular questions, go ahead and answer them. But
Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Tad. Let's talk about a couple things. First of all, we're on target for Turnbull Bay Bridge.
yes, ma'am,
Correct.
will be completed before Christmas is what I've been told. So that
And we will dedicate that to the Mike Eater Memorial Bridge. We probably need to get that signage prepared for that and make a pretty big deal about that, because that's been renamed. But just as we did such a good job with turning that bridge and phasing it in 3 phases, we're going there. 10th Street, we can phase 10th Street project
we are we're looking at that. We have we talked a little bit about that before. At the last council meeting, council had approved the agreement between ourselves and the Barclay Group, which would swap properties. And as an aspect of that, we'd be modifying our stormwater pond location. And as a first part of construction, the first thing you construct is required by the Water Management District is the stormwater pond. So if we, and we are looking at phasing it, as Ms. Denny's mentioned, but we can't do that until such time as the properties have been swapped, which requires that the design be in place and the permits be in place. So the earliest that could be done would be 6 months. So that's the best we can do. But as you know, we've been working with FEC. They've been the roadblock, so to speak, or the speed bump, I'll put it that way, for quite a few years. And we do think that we are much closer to being resolved at this point. But we do still have that out there, and there is no set time frame for that. We don't have any control over them. They're not required to do anything for us. So we continue to move forward at their leisure, at their beck and call, but we continue to move forward with them.
So the FEC, okay, so let's assume we get all this done and we're doing the retention ponds, and we need the FEC because of the baffle box for that drainage in that area. Is that correct?
Well, we are widening the road section through there, so yes, ma'am.
So we need to, how do we put a full court press on the FEC and actively engage? Mr. Rechtenwald or Mr. Casbear, if you tell me how to assist with that, behind the scenes or in front of the scenes, and make connections if we can to make sure our requests are being answered.
We can look with the Department of Transportation maintains a railroad office. That's probably where I would start. To Tad's point, unfortunately, a lesson I learned right out of school when the DOT sent me to a project with the working with the railroad. The railroads were there first, so the law basically in most cases favors them, and we're in their right of way, not the other way around. So it is limited. However, I think through the railroad office we can, and the DOT and some other things, maybe we can at least say, all right, it's been I think 9 years of screwing around with them. I think it's time to let's get it to a head and get it done. But it has been a very, very difficult process. And then, of course, in the middle of it, they got sold to another company, so then we had to start, all over again. So, yeah, I'll see what we can do, maybe with the DOT helping us a little bit, because there's things that they want from the DOT, so maybe that would be where we can put some pressure.
Okay, I think we have a new government relations person, too, on board that, Mr. Booker, if you're listening, highlight this one. This is good. And then Park Avenue, we're full steam ahead with that.
Yes, ma'am. We are moving forward as quickly as we can. So
Wonderful. Thank you so much. But phasing?
we will continue to look at that. Yes, ma'am.
Phasing 10th Street, please. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tad. We'll move to item 13. That would be
And this is our overall dynamic master plan, and we'll go through this.
Marilyn Chandler Ford, good afternoon, I think it is, council members. Today is the third quarter update of the Dynamic Master Plan.
That's a pretty ring to it.
which floor is that? Third or fourth?
There it is.
There you go. It just changed.
For this quarter, 32 matrices or divisions or departments had updates. Contrast that with 23 in July, and then the first quarter report, which was in April, is 18. And that's fairly typical that we start the new year sort of slowly, and then a lot of projects and efforts come to fruition. Okay. Oh, there we go. The first pillar of Volusia County's Dynamic Master Plan is thriving communities, and you will see just a selected group or a summary of activities or accomplishments. You did everything from animals, contracts with humane societies, to children's summer camps, purchasing clean diesel buses for Votran, adding security cameras at City Island Annex Courthouse. Tad already talked about the 20 miles of trails, and you had a number of construction and capital projects that were begun. Well, one step backward. There we go. The second pillar is economic and financial vitality. And we know that you worked with economic development and approved a tax refund program for B. Braun, which expects to expand and promote or produce 100 higher paying jobs. Purchasing Division conducted 2 how to do business with Volusia County workshops. You had a number of things that produced revenue, everything from airport tie-down spaces to parks and recs, some of the things you have with cattle grazing and hunting. And you had a number of grants. You had a 5-year bus advertising contract that will produce a minimum of $400,000 annually. And then certainly on the financial side, you passed a budget where the general fund ad valorem tax rate was at the rolled back rate, and you have taken steps so that there will be 0 debt in the general fund. And the final pillar, excellence in government. Certainly you had partnerships with a number of cities around water. You have some coming up as you look at the LPGA Boulevard sub-transportation study. You did things for diversity and inclusion. We had our second training at the Ocean Center for the senior managers. You relocated veteran services and some of the other community services at the health department in New Smyrna Beach, making it a one-stop location that will really help veterans and our other citizens seeking service. Volusia has become a Purple Heart County. So those are just some of the things that you accomplished over the third quarter. All of the matrices and all of this information is available with today's agenda, and it will be uploaded on the county website. Are there any questions?
That was just for the July, August, and September of this year?
That is correct.
Wow. Thanks, staff and everyone. Thank you, Marilyn, for putting it together. It certainly shows that Volusia County is active.
Yes.
Very, very active, and again, I'd like to thank Marilyn and the staff. Just tracking all this is a task, and then on top of that, of course, we're adding, a little bit more frequent snapshots on what we're doing to get to these other goals. So, a lot of good, positive information that's out there if people just take a look at it, and like I say, the stuff we do day to day so well. I mean, and yeah, occasionally there's a whoopsie, but we do a tremendous amount of crap. Great. So, crap. Can't believe I said that, but you know what it is? It's the damn brownie that got me. I think he spiked me, and I just want you to know that. So, I don't know if there's a vote on that or what, but it's a
Joyce,
sugar.
I told you what was in those brownies.
I know. I didn't know. So, sorry. But something's going on.
Anyway.
I need about 3 more. So.
And I think it is good, and I think having this on the website for the public to see, if we can just get our new social media person to start driving the people, just thought I'd throw that out there. Anyway, we'll move to item 14. Speaking of media.
Good afternoon. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director with your events update.
On October 21st, the Volusia County Public Library System will kick off its Humanities Speaker Series titled Impact and Legacy of Indomitable Women Who Shaped Our Sunshine State. The library received a $5,000 grant from the Florida Humanities Council to host the series, which will bring more than 40 programs to our libraries from October through May of next year. This week through Friday, TSA will host a pre-check enrollment event at Daytona Beach International Airport in the baggage claim area. As you may know, pre-check allows passengers to get through screening quicker by being able to leave on their shoes, their light jackets, keep their laptops in their carry-on bags. Before coming to the airport, though, people need to pre-enroll online at indentigo.com/pre-check and then click on Daytona Beach. A late addition to this report, Volusia County will host a public meeting to seek input on the design of Lemon Bluff Park in Osteen. The meeting will begin at 6 p.m. Thursday, October 18th at the Osteen Civic Center. At that meeting, Tim Bailey, the director of the county's Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division, will describe the site design, which includes a new boat ramp, restrooms, pavilions, a dock, and a canoe kayak launch. These improvements will provide users with new recreational amenities and greater access to the St. Johns River. And finally, Votran will participate in Florida's first statewide Mobility Week, which is October 27th through November 3rd. Mobility Week is a collection of outreach events, and Votran will participate in the New Smyrna Beach Farmers Market on October 27th, and the highlight of that event will be Ride with Rob, which will be a live broadcast with Votran General Manager Rob Stevens on WSBB radio station. They'll actually be broadcasting on the Route 44 bus, so that will start at 9:44 a.m. with pickup from Julia and Sam's. And that concludes your update. Any questions?
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 15. Ms. Wheeler, did you want to make an appointment?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. I'd like to nominate Daniel Robbins,
To serve on the Agribusiness
Interrelations Committee.
Okay. Daniel Robbins has been nominated. Does not require a second. Is that correct, Mr. Patterson? Right. Any objection to the nomination? Hearing none, Daniel Robbins is appointed to the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee. We'll move on now to item 16, an appointment to the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida. Any council member? I would if I could.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Denny's.
Mr. Chair, I nominate William Chet Bell, our incumbent, back on the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida, Inc.
Any objection to the nomination of Chet Bell to the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida, Inc.? Hearing none, that appointment is confirmed unanimously. Item 17, appointment to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, District 1. Mr. Patterson.
I'd like to nominate Waylon Neese, N-I-E-C-E.
Waylon Neese has been nominated by Mr. Patterson to advocate for low-income persons in connection with affordable housing. Any objections to that nomination?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr.
Sorry?
Patterson, which category would you like him in?
I believe there's 3 areas there.
Actively engaged as a not-for-profit provider of affordable housing. Item, which is number 6.
Yeah, I'm trying to,
4, 6, or 11?
I couldn't find that. 11.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move to item 18, appointment to the Housing Finance Authority. We have 2 positions opening. Anyone set on that? I don't know either one of those either. They're both incumbents.
I would like to nominate Eric Palacio to the position for the 4-year term for the Housing Finance Authority.
Any objection to the nomination? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Ms. Denny's. Oh, you just popped up?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, unless somebody else is going to make a nomination, I'll nominate Wilbur C. Pickett.
Wilbur C. Pickett has been nominated to the Housing Finance Authority. Any objection to the nomination? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And we will move to public participation for the afternoon session. Does that mean you're walking over here with some cards? It does. A card. Jan Winger? You want to come?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. State your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
My name is Janice Wenger. I live at 5492 Red Tail Drive in Port Orange. I'm a member and a foster and a volunteer for Southeast Volusia Humane Society on Glencoe Road in New Smyrna Beach. I'm here today to bring a serious situation to your attention. It has come to the members, fosters, and volunteers' attention that there appears to be a gross mismanagement of corporate funds at the shelter. The Executive Director, Karen Morgan, during her 18 months in her position, has been asking the Board of Directors for complete financial transparency by requesting an independent audit of the finances. She has asked several times over the past 18 months, and her requests have been denied. She has been denied access of all financial statements and has not been included in any of the financial decisions regarding allocations of funds. The beginning of September, she demanded review of the finances due to a significant shortage of funding needed to complete an existing dog run expansion project. The board reached out to the members, volunteers, and fosters to contribute funds or materials for 45 sheets of plywood and 120 squares of roofing material. The board started a fundraising online to collect the money needed for these items. 2 volunteers came forward with donations of these items, but in the meantime, the fundraiser raised over $500 with no mention as to where this building fund money would be going, since they had received said goods via donation. Normally, if a corporation starts a building project, they usually have either physical funds secured already or they have a line of credit available to pay as the project moves forward to completion. This corporation appears to have neither in place. There was another project that took place earlier this year, was to upgrade one small indoor whelping room. Nothing fancy, new commercial tile floors, paint, cove base, ceiling tiles. The project exceeded $8,000. Same contractors as the dog run, and again, Karen had asked for an audit. There was no financial transparency as to where and how the money was spent, just that it was spent. The executive director was advised to mind her own business when it comes to the finances of the shelter. And I bring this issue before you tonight because approximately 1 week after the executive director, Karen Morgan, demanded an audit from the board to show financial transparency, she was again denied and terminated as executive director on what we can show as fictitious and fabricated allegations of a cat dying inside a steel shelled building with interior framed walls, with Karen and her shelter management, Audra Sperrio, knowing about said cat and not doing anything to try to rescue it. Now, all of us that know Karen Morgan absolutely know that she would tear that wall apart with her own bare hands if she thought that any animal was trapped behind that wall. These allegations are completely false. There is an open That's it?
Yeah.
My minutes are up. You're up? Oh my gosh, I haven't even gotten.
We'll take something later.
Okay, and you have the rest of my, thank you so much for your time.
George, I normally don't do this. Do we operate that shelter?
No.
I didn't think so.
We
That's
do
why I
not. It's a private
Private
organization.
shelter.
But
So
I can.
This is us.
I could talk to our staff, on animal control and find out, we may contract with them that may give us some, ability to take a look at something. Yeah, I'll talk to Joe
Okay.
and find out what we
Okay.
can and can't do.
Thank you, Jim. Normally I don't do that, but this is pretty serious, and thought I
Absolutely.
would at least find out, because I didn't think we operated it, but we'll move on. We'll go to closing comments, and if we can do them in 10 minutes, we'll be out of here by 1. If we can't, we'll be here till we're done. Mr. George. Mr.
Yeah,
Unfiltered.
I do have a little bit, just short. I've been asked by several people about our involvement right now in the efforts up in the Panhandle from Michael. To date, we've participated with a team up there now with the sheriff's office. I think there's 20 deputies, and we supplied those deputies, and we also supplied the deputies with satellite phones for communication. 3 health department employees have gone up and then have come back. And what we're at now is we're on deck, because this is going to go on. I think people need to understand. We work through mutual aid agreements and through the State Division of Emergency Management. So they'll have missions that'll come out. And so we are part of other strike teams, Central Florida strike teams, where we have fire. We're probably going to be sending shortly a fire team that will include some equipment and firemen. They usually go up on either 1 or 2 week assignments, depending on what we're asked to do. But I also see in the future, we'll probably, the property appraiser will probably be involved. They'll also have probably a call for utility and public works workers, because people have to understand in these areas, again, this will go on, this type of damage wipes out a lot of their infrastructure and a lot of their ways to even function. So the state has set up is, and you have to go through a mission system where there's a number, and that's also important because you don't just send everybody up there and then there's nothing to do. We work in an organized fashion, and we're given missions to go do, and that works really well, and it keeps us eligible for FEMA reimbursement ourselves for whatever we go up there to do. So, but I'm pretty sure we'll be sending we'll be asked to send a fire team here shortly, and then it'll eventually, I think, transition into some of the harder core government functions like utilities and other functions. They have no way to do that right now. So we'll look at what our asked to do. I mean, there's even a call right now for managers to go just to handle some of the various functions in these counties, because people have to go repair their own lives. They have to, come off. If you think about it, how we operate, they've been in their EOC since this thing has hit, and they haven't gone home to find out how to repair their own lives. I remember a few years ago, just in the public works world, the guys didn't even have underwear or socks or anything left to go on out and continue working and doing their job. So that's the type of thing that we will definitely be involved with, we'll be asked to do. I'll keep council informed as we're going up there. But like I say, it'll go in waves, and as they get to various key points in their recovery, and we'll be ready to help at that time. One other thing I just wanted to mention, there was an article in the News Journal. I was flattered of the comments of the sheriff in terms of what this council did for the dispatchers, and I wanted to just make sure that that was said, and the fact that really, the previous manager and our HR director really did a lot of the work leading up to that, that you guys then approved, in your budget. But I want to make sure that the credit was where credit was due, and I'm glad that we have followed through with that stuff, and I'm very happy about it, but I just wanted to make sure that the proper staff, was also given some accolades. So, thank you.
Dan?
Nothing, sir.
We'll start today with Ms. Denny's.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, it's that time again, Council, Volusia County Fair. That means we have an auction to raise some money for a nonprofit with our own money. So the day of the auction, livestock auction, is the same day as our lunch. Thursday, November 8th, our lunch at the fair is at 12:30 with our staff, and we're back at the auction, starts at 6 p.m. that night. I couldn't go last year, but I've been there every other year, and it's fun, and they look forward to us. They look forward to seeing the Volusia County Council there, and they know that we come, and they know we spend our personal money supporting the youth in the county. So I'd be happy this year to go for all of us if you'd like, but let's all go together as a team. It's a lot of fun, and whatever you do, if you see somebody walk in, don't do like Joey Alexander, sits there, hey, how are you? Because then they take you a bid. I think and Patterson, I think, bought a steer last year.
No, wait, don't.
They did.
I've been to too many auctions not to get hugged with like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Bought the steer.
Oh, yeah,
They thought you did.
I think the guy was just giving me a hard time, but that's okay.
they will do that to us. So put that on your calendar, Council. Let's keep this tradition going. I think it's a fun thing to do. So are we in agreement? Does everybody want to be
I
in
know
on this?
there is a canvassing board possibility from 2 to 8 that night, and I guess that's subject to whatever, so Ms. Wheeler, or the 8th.
November 8th. Well, if you can't be there, as long as you agree to put your check
I
in.
will
and
agree
we'll
to
contribute,
check.
We're good. Okay, we'll cover the rest
Can we
of
buy
it.
some chickens?
No chickens, just swine.
Rabbits?
I'm going to leave that one there.
A goat?
So that's the livestock auction. The only other thing too, it's a real honor. I have been voted in as chair of our 10-county Central Florida Metropolitan Planning Organization this past week for the 2019 season, and they presented a report, and I shared it with Mr. Cheney. Mr. Cheney, are you still here? John's still here? He left. That's okay. So one of the statistics that FDOT put out on one of our tabs here was regional indicators. In the regional indicators for the counties, there's 10 counties. They took major intersections and traffic counts at major roadways. And the one that they looked at with us, one of them was Interstate 95, another one at I-4. But under the Interstate 95, what caught my eye, at the LPGA Boulevard and State Road 44, the traffic count from 2013, they're showing north of State Road 44 was 36,600. They're showing 2017 was 23,600. It was a decrease. And then at LPGA, let's take LPGA. South of LPGA in 2013, this is 95 in LPGA, the count was 71,500. In 17, the count is 62,500. Does anybody think we dropped 9,000 cars per day at that intersection of LPGA and 95? So I went on the record, I asked the consultant that was there where they got their information from, and I asked that if we could get Volusia's information updated, because I certainly don't want this report to stand, especially with the Federal Highway Association or any grants going forward, what our actual vehicle count is. So this is a really good example. When we serve on these boards, it's important that you're there and we drill down specifically to our areas. And speaking of boards, another presentation they gave was a truck parking study update. It's alive and it's moving towards us. And I understand that freight is economy in motion, but I also understand Seminole wants to give us their demo truck stop. And that's my bumper sticker. It's going to be until we're through this thing. I don't know what it's going to look like at the end, but freight does move us, and is there a need? There absolutely is a need, and we have to address it. And we'll do that. We talked about the infrastructure, the information, and then the investment that's going to be required with this. So there's some really big issues. But what was really interesting through this, and why I enjoy, and I do say regional is the new local, is that we get an opportunity to talk with our colleagues, especially from around the region here, that impact us the most. And one of my colleagues on this particular board is a good friend, and I've known him for years, is Seminole Commissioner Lee Constantine, former state representative, and Lee's everywhere. So he asked me where I was at the Florida Association of Counties meetings. He says, I've been looking for you, Deb. We got a couple places we'd really like you to serve. So I said, well, I have so many meetings right now, I don't know that I'm interested in serving at that level. But we were talking about the Florida Association of Counties, and I told him I would talk with him and we would consider that. But also, speaking of Florida Association of Counties, I'm leading into Joey Alexander, former Councilwoman Joey Alexander, contacted me out of great concern for us delaying renewing membership in the Florida Association of Counties. And she gave me several examples of where the Florida Association of Counties has helped Volusia County through the years. And speaking with Commissioner Constantine, the same thing. And indeed, they are supportive of us on Amendment 10. They do stand with Volusia County with Amendment 10. So because I was on the prevailing end of that motion to delay renewal of the Florida Association of Counties membership, I'm going to bring it back now. I would like to make a motion that we renew our membership to the Florida Association of Counties and keep our regional approach and representative approach at the state level in play.
I'll second that. And like to-
Motion, I think I heard Ms. Wheeler first. Motion made by Ms. Denny's and seconded by Ms. Wheeler to renew our membership in the Florida Association of Counties. Mr. Patterson.
The reason I'm having a problem with the Florida Association of Counties, they may support it, but the commissioners aren't supporting us. They're not supporting. There's over 300 and some county commissioners, and other than us coming forward and really saying we don't support it and ready to put our names down, saying they're doing nothing. There's a lot of them out there that are just sitting back there saying, yeah, we support your home rule authority, but there's nothing. There's nothing really happening as an individual. Individual county commissioners are doing nothing to help us on that.
I do
That's-
agree.
Do you see anything with their names on it?
Well,
The only thing you're seeing is a bunch of sheriffs throughout the state that are coming forward. I don't know if you saw that big mail out that Sheriff Chitwood was on pushing that thing. So that's why I really wanted to, and I got their attention. Evidently, they've been calling me, and I guess that's the way they operate is they start hammering on various county council members or county commissioners to do something. But I'm telling you, I've been involved with that organization years ago, and I swore I'd never go back to their meetings. It was just a complete, utter waste of time. So
well, with all due
I'm just-
respect,
I'm-
I don't feel hammered, Councilman Patterson, but I do understand that, and Councilwoman Cusack says this a lot, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And
We
regional.
already are on the menu.
Well, fair enough, then we better be at the table. Then we better, but the only thing we need to strengthen, because Councilman Patterson, I agree with you with this. And Mr. Chair was going to address this at the first of the year, which I think we really need to when we have a new configuration, however that looks come January up here. When we represent organizations and we get appointed by the chair to represent, and we go to these meetings, I think we have an obligation to come back to this council and give not just a report, like I give annual reports from the Indian River Lagoon Council, not just a report. I want to know how you voted, because there's been some concerns with representation. When we represent the county, we represent the county. When I go there, it doesn't matter what Deb Denny's thinks, I'm representing council's positions when we go Volusia County. So I think it's good that I support going back to Florida Association of Counties for those reasons. We can't control what individuals do, just like this council's made up of 7, but we don't control what individuals do. We're a council, and that's how we represent, that's how I represent. So I think we're still better served to be a member of the Florida Association of Counties, and I will be engaging on a couple levels here, as I have been asked to do at the state level with that going forward. So anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack?
I would just like to speak to that motion that we have on the floor, simply because I truly believe that if you are a council person and there is an organization that you have the opportunity to be engaged in and be a part of and bring your thoughts to that organization, that you can work with folk around the state to try to make an impact on the difference. And many times what you get out of an organization is what you put into an organization. So I think that is important to, sometimes things don't always go as we would want them to go, but be engaged and be a part of, it's simply the right thing to do because it's bigger than any 7 of us. And then you think about the number of counties, 67 of them, that could very well have representation, and you can learn from each other. So I think it's a learning process. It's something that is important to you as council members, that you can be engaged and you can feed off of each other as far as knowledge and associations. So I just think that it's money well spent to be engaged and be a part of your association that impacts the lives of the citizens around this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the executive board of the Florida Association of Cities. And I can't tell you the value in that, having the voice at the table and being involved in the legislative issues. I know Councilmember Post and I are both on the board of directors for the Florida Association of Counties, and we're also on committees. It's so important to be engaged and hearing what's out there. And I will tell you that they voted unanimously for $1 million to fight against Amendment 1.
Right.
You know, in our behalf. 1. Right? Yes. And you know, this was a unanimous thing. I mean, we can't carry that much just on ourselves, but you get the entire state and all the counties. And by the way, again, I want to emphasize that, daggone it, you know, you go to a convention, a conference like that, and it is not party affiliated. There is nothing about it that we are all combined together as counties of Florida to get things accomplished. There's nobody saying, well, I'm not voting your way. It's all about coming together for Florida, and I'm proud to be a part of it, and I intend to get further along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler and others. Pardon? No, we're discussing on the motion that's on. We're discussing the motion that's on the floor. I voted when I voted for it to go to January. I voted it with the idea that we would have a new sitting council, and I was going to give the opportunity at that point in time. I think one of the biggest things that I get out of it is the legislative updates that we get much faster than we individually can do. The updates, I get it every day. We all get it every day. We get NACO updates almost every day. We get emails, which is because they have the people that are covering the sessions. And it is important. And we sometimes even get mentioned in that. And they bring us information from around the state of what is published in other newspapers that I don't have the time to go search the Miami Herald or the St. Pete Times or the Orlando Sentinel. So we do get those things. There is a benefit. But I will agree, too, that it's incumbent upon us to represent the council's goals when we go. It's incumbent upon us to report back actions that we are participating in. When we were in the Volusia League of Cities, the Florida League of Cities, we knew the issues that were going to be voted upon. And we voted as a council or commission on those issues so that our representative, whoever that may be attending, would carry our voice. And I think if there's any way that we can ensure that that happens, I would certainly be willing to support. And you mentioned, Ms. Dennis, we're not there as individuals, members. We're there representing the entire council of Volusia. So with that, we'll call the vote, which is any objections to the motion to renew the membership in the Florida Association of Counties?
I object.
Any objections to renewing the membership to Florida Association of Counties? I hear one objection. Let the record show that the motion passed 6-1 with Mr. Patterson objecting. We'll move on to your next comment, or was that it? Dr. Lowry.
Yeah,
I guess we're not getting out of here at 1 o'clock. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, let me, I have made more trips to Panama City in the last month or two than I've made, I think, in my entire life put together with my dad's surgery and everything. My parents live in Panama City, and I went over there last Tuesday to board up windows. My dad's in no condition to do that. And then, of course, that thing went 3, 4, looked like it was going to hit Category 5, and I tried to get Dad to leave, and you have to know my dad, he's not leaving. So he said, well, I'm ready if anything happens. I said, well, I ain't ready to get on the bus today. I'm going back to Deltona. So anyway, they rode it out. The eye went right over the house, and I went back Saturday and tried to get pine trees off the house and get their tarp on the house. I just want to show some pictures because if Matthew had come here like it was supposed to, and I'm glad it didn't, this is what you'd see. This is not just one spot. This is what the entire county of Bay County looks like from I-10 down 231. Just go ahead and click through them. I don't have a lot, but just to show you. I mean, these are, you can just see the trees broken and so forth. That used to be like a wooded area there. And keep going. There's a telephone pole laying there, and of course the wires are all in the road, they're all in the street. When I went down Saturday, I got there kind of late. I had to actually down 231, which would be like our International Speedway or whatever. I had to go around telephone poles left and right, weave down through a major road just to get down there. Go ahead. That's what everything looks like there in Bay County, and that's a fairly new home. I didn't have a lot. I'm not as slim and young as I used to be, so about 4 hours with a chainsaw and I'm done, you know. And so I hopped in the Jeep, turned the air conditioner on high, and drove around. I drove for maybe a half an hour. I did not see one house undamaged. Every single house looked like that. Go ahead and click a couple more. Jim Judge, I want to say thanks to him. He came over Friday. That's the Lowry Caravan getting ready to head over there. And we took water, we took tarps. I took my four-wheeler so I could pull trees, cut them and pull them sideways so they wouldn't fall on top of us. But, and then go ahead and click on it. I think I got some more, just a few more things there. I don't know if you have the video or not, Jeff. Do you have that? He's going to show just a short video. I drove down a road, typical road. It's less than a minute long. And yeah, I just want to just give you an idea. Yeah, I mean, that's what the whole county looks like. Yeah. There's a substation on the left. And you can see some pretty good sized poles. I'm glad you don't have the sound on because my seatbelt wasn't on. It was dinging the whole time. So I'd get in trouble with somebody. But, I mean, can you imagine?
You're looking like the whole electrical infrastructure.
Oh, yeah.
Will have to be rebuilt.
Oh, there's wires as big as my arm laying on the ground just everywhere. And that's probably 8 miles north of Panama City. That's not down at the ground zero.
That's right.
Yeah, my dad lives in Bayou George, which is the first community just north of Panama City, just maybe 4 or 5 miles, 6 miles, something like it. So I'll just let you see a little bit of that. So I'm glad we're sending people over. I know the deputies went over, I think, Sunday morning, and they're going to be well needed there. I got ready to leave. Gosh, my days are mixed up. Yesterday, and of course, a lot of people have U-Hauls with the last of their earthly goods in them, just going somewhere, and a propane gas main broke up north of town, so they had to look at those wires. I mean, they're just everywhere. It's like that. So George is right. This is not going to be a 1-week deal. This is going to be years of trying to rebuild that. And like I said, that's not one spot. That's the whole county's probably what, a third of our county, maybe, George, third or something like it.
Yeah.
And population the same. And that's what the whole county looks like, just right there. And as I drove up 231 yesterday and 77. But just to let you know, these people are going to need our help. Someday we may need their help, you know. And I appreciate so many that have helped. But it just lets you know what our county would have looked like if Matthew had done what it was supposed to do. So we need to thank the Lord and thank all things that didn't come our way. Also, just to kind of wrap up my time, we have some places that are staging areas. I know one over in Deltona. My church is one of the staging areas. There may be others. I just got back in town, some kind of jet lagged here, but Deltona Lakes Baptist Church is my church, and we have connections with Tyndall Air Force Base, which was severely damaged. And there's a crew of guys, some are military, some are non, and they're taking shuttling supplies over. So you might not know what to give. So if you can call, I don't know if Jim Judge, he was a great help along with Kevin and Jeff this morning and Suzanne, but getting things ready. But if we could maybe, I don't know if Jim may be a step ahead of me on this, but if we could post those on the county website, those sites, because then you can call and they'll let you know what particular things that they need. And yeah, I mean, I went through that water and the tarps like just really quick, just people right there in the neighborhood.
We could actually post it on Facebook page too, right?
Yeah,
We have a Facebook page.
whatever we can do there. And I figure Jim Judge is pretty sharp. He's probably way ahead of me on this, but
We'll get that, I'll make sure that they follow up with that. Another, I can say too, is that from our efforts and everything, is that if you don't know what to give, then I would look at the Red Cross and some of the other organizations to give money to them, and then they'll know exactly, they can tailor whatever the needs are in that particular area. So between what we'll have on our sites, that would be the other suggestion, would look at the various relief agencies that are up there, because these things will definitely tax everything they have, and they're great organizations that we partner with a lot ourselves.
I drove for probably 45 minutes total videoing. I did not see one undamaged house. I didn't see one. They were all torn up. Some of the ones that were built way before Andrew, they just look like exploded.
They are. One call that's already out is for building inspectors. You have all the buildings that are standing still need to be looked at to make sure they're inhabitable, and then think about what will occur thereafter, trying to get these buildings repaired, of course roofs and everything else. So again, this will be a long-term process, and we'll work with the state on whatever they need and how we can help with our own forces.
Thank you. That's all I have. I just wanted
Mr. Patterson.
I just have a couple of things. One, George, I had a lady that contacted me some time ago about on Orange Camp Road where there was some overspraying, Ranger paving or something, and I thought somebody was going to get with this Mrs. Wilson regarding, and I don't remember exactly what came out of it, but if somebody could check into it and just let me know what.
Yeah, I'll find out.
Okay.
It was from Ranger.
Yeah, it was Ranger paving on Orange Camp Road, and this was, it had to be over a month ago, and the lady said that, and I remember something to the effect that it was somebody was going to be contacting him. But
Was it the paint, you mean, paint spray?
Yeah, I think it was
All right,
paint
I'll
spray.
find out where it's at. Thank
Okay.
you.
The other thing, I'm getting, it's the second one in the last 2 or 3 weeks where properties out there, there's code violations, and I went and visited one of the properties, and the grass was about 4.5 to 5 feet tall. And it seems like these properties have pretty much been taken over by a mortgage company. Do they just basically ignore us on these code violations? Is that?
I'll have Clay come up and address the process.
Well, I know there's a process, but it seems like
I don't believe they necessarily ignore us, but they're usually less than easy to deal with. So
Good afternoon. With regard to lot maintenance, what we'll do is we'll give them a notice, tell them to get it cleaned up. If they don't, we go out and actually use our contractor to do that and start liening the property. So with mortgage companies, I'm sure that they're probably not looking forward for additional liens being placed on it, but we can work with you. Give us the name of the mortgage company and we'll double check what's going on from that perspective. We also have, in situations where we see that it's going to take more than just a simple lot maintenance, we will take it to the Code Enforcement Board, ask for finding of a violation and a fine as well, the compliance date within 10, 15 days, and if not, then we start complying.
Well, I've talked to Mr. Hutchinson several times, and they've been really good about getting somebody over there. It just boggles my mind that this keeps going on and on and on until the neighborhood gets all riled up, and then they're back crawling all over me on it.
I'll double check to see if there's been any delay with our contractor who does our maintenance. I know towards the end of last fiscal year, because we were doing this so much, we actually ran out of revenue ran out of funding for some of those contracts. I'll check and see what's going on from that.
Do we ever get any money back on these liens that we put on?
I can tell you yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Ms. Post.
Let's see. The Hurricane Michael, I wanted to address that as well. It is absolutely devastating, and I'm grateful that you brought back those pictures. I'm horrified that your family's having to go through that, but it certainly gives, sheds light locally on the things that other counties are going through. And I know I've talked with some fellow county council people, county commissioners in the Panhandle, and as we know, most of those are rural counties, and so they're already hurting a little bit in terms of being able to get things done. And so I'm happy to hear that we're helping and giving a little bit of assistance now, but we're also looking at long-term,
Yes.
So as not to forget about them in this big.
Yeah, and in fact, it's
after
like a
the
lot of
storm.
things. I think that
Yeah.
that is the issue often for
Right.
things, is that there's
Very happy to hear that.
very big push, and then they get abandoned. And but we will not do that, and we'll be involved through the whole process. Okay. And it's going to be a long one. So, and in fact, we have between our own FEMA issues we've had through the years, and we have experienced people who've been to Mississippi, who have been down to even as far back as Andrew. We have some veterans that, so you have, we have unfortunately an experience in a lot of these things, so we definitely will be helping out wherever we can. Even to the things I mentioned too, you get into accounting and the other stuff, you think about what our staff has to do to account for all this later on. Right now, those people in those counties don't probably even know what awaits them, and they may not have a home to be sleeping in tonight. So again, we'll step in all levels wherever we're asked in an organized fashion.
All right. I noticed on the dynamic master plan, we had the Branch Jail, the correction facility network infrastructure upgrade listed, and I wondered where we were at with an update on the direction of broadening the use of the video court at the jail.
I'm going to have Director Flowers, he can come up and talk to you a little bit. I've been doing some research, what other people are doing, and then as far as the video court stuff itself, that'll require, he can talk to you about that, more discussion with the judges and such. But definitely, as we move these things forward, that's a big part of what we're trying to do. And I think Ms. Denny's also mentioned about the technology factor that we need to put in. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Yesterday, in fact, we met with the TLC firm that's going to act as our project manager, and we spent about 4 hours touring the jail for the infrastructure portion itself. It's going to be a 5-year phased plan, and TLC is the firm that we have selected, you all have approved, to basically be our project manager. The RFP is getting ready to close in regards to the vendors who are applying to actually come do the cabling and networking. As far as the video conferencing, we've had a meeting at the jail with county IT, the SO's IT, the courts IT folks, public defender, state attorney. We all met at the jail. We talked about the possibilities of video conferencing for court. I've done a study within the state of Florida. There are 26 other jails currently that use video conferencing for court in some shape, form, or fashion. The majority are for first appearance, which really would be not applicable for us because our first appearance already takes place at the jail. It would be out of more of a convenience to the judges, but what I'm told is that many of them enjoy coming to the jail to do the first appearance. So I'm not sure that there's a lot of value in trying to do first appearance at that point. It doesn't appear that we will be able to enhance any of our efficiency at that point, simply because it already takes place at the jail. Chief Judge Zambrano and I have met, and we've talked in regards to what the other judges want to look at as far as video court, and I'm waiting on a meeting that he has scheduled with the judges so that they can discuss the feasibility one. And to be honest with you, most of the jails in Florida are not doing them for real court cases. And earlier today, the judge mentioned the right of the inmate to be in the courtroom, and that's a very debatable issue, and there's a lot of research out there right now, some for, some against using video conferencing for those courtroom hearings. So that's as much as I've got at this point. So hopefully that answered your concerns and questions.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
The other thing I had was, it's wonderful that we've all talked about the importance of FAC, and as Councilwoman Cusack mentioned, certainly an organization is only as valuable as what you put in it. On that vein, I know that Councilwoman Wheeler is on the board and on some committees as well, and the chair is on a committee. I'm on a committee and on the board as well. And I would actually like to ask the board for a letter of support in future roles within FAC. There are roles within the organization that need a letter of support from the board, and as I would be supportive of, as Councilwoman Denny's mentioned, she's been voted as chair this past week of the MPO and other roles, and I certainly support my fellow board member or council members' roles in other areas, and so I would request that letter of support specifically within the FAC organization, and would greatly appreciate it. Question?
I just had a question. Would that be then for positions that you would want to acquire in that organization, or?
Yes.
So it would be a letter of support for positions that, for future positions of, I don't know what the letter would entail that you
So just as we
supportive
are
of the organization, or?
Just as we are board members in the organization and on the committees, there are various positions that those positions you are just appointed to by the board, or you're elected by your fellow county commissioners from around the state, and but there are certain positions that actually require a letter from your own board showing that they are supportive of your role in the organization, and I would request that letter.
I think, because I think you're kind of tap dancing around the issue that I've heard from other people.
I'm not tap dancing around any issue. Ask me any
I heard
question
that you wanted
want.
to run for second vice president.
Yes, I would like to be on the board of FAC. And
As second vice president.
well, yes, as a role.
You're on the board, but there's an officer.
Executive board.
Right. You're on the board. I know Lee Constantine is also going to run, several others, and there are requirements that you have to be on the board. Right now, you don't meet those qualifications.
I meet all of them except for a letter of support from the
No,
board.
you don't meet the 2-year service as a county commissioner as well.
I'm asking for a letter of support from the board for a position.
Okay. I don't, personally, I'll just be honest with you, I don't think I could support you as officer of the run for second vice president. At the meeting in July, I talked with Lee Constantine, who is also going to run for that without any knowledge of what your plans were, and felt that he's close to us, and with his experience in government, I kind of offered him my personal support if that happens. So,
So let's step back, and I'm not specifically, asking for your personal opinion in terms of your vote in the organization of who you would vote for. Certainly, we may differ in who we would vote for president as well, but I'm simply asking for your support as a fellow council member to be involved. We just went through quite a bit of dialogue of how important it is for us to be involved, and certainly on a statewide level. And I would hope that that discussion did not include except for Councilwoman Heather Post.
I'm the only one talking right now, and I'm just telling you, I don't support spending money for you to campaign for second vice president.
I'm not asking you to spend money for me to campaign for anything.
That's what you want.
No, sir. I'm not asking for you to spend any money for me to campaign for anything.
Well, that's what the other council commissioners do.
I just want to add to it. I think giving a letter of support is endorsing, and unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever, I was also approached by Lee at the conference, not knowing any other plans, and I've known him for quite some time because I'm on the East Central Florida Regional Planning Committee also with him, but I also endorsed him. So, that kind of leaves me.
I would.
But if we give a letter of endorsement, that's endorsement.
I'm not asking for a letter of endorsement. I'm asking for a letter of support from my current council for me to pursue a position in an organization that we just went through a great deal of dialogue to express how important it was for us and for individuals within this council to be active in those roles. And I'm requesting support from the council to be active in those roles. This is not appointing me to any position. This is simply giving me an opportunity for a position.
That's what I understand. And
It's not an endorsement.
When you know
It's not-
specifically
it's
what
simply
it
an
is for,
opportunity.
I'll be willing to discuss it.
Say that again?
I said, when you know specifically what you want to achieve or go for, then I will be willing to make a decision.
I'm not sure what you're asking. I specifically, we just clarified for a board position.
Well, apparently you've told other county commissioners outside of the area that you plan on running for second vice president. Yes or no?
I just said that. It is
You
for
said
the board position.
Be specific. You said other opportunities. If you want to run for second vice president, you're asking.
I would like to run for second VP.
There you go. You finally said it.
I believe I said that earlier
No,
as
you
well.
haven't
but
said it.
Okay. Okay.
You
But
didn't.
that's the
You
letter.
said other opportunities in the organizations.
Yes, that is what I would like the letter to be for. I
Okay,
would like the letter to
And,
be in
and
support.
when you meet those qualifications, I'll be willing to discuss it. Right now, you don't.
I'm asking for the letter to be in support of pursuing additional opportunities within organizations such as FAC.
That's
Wait,
too blank. That's too broad scoped for me to vote on for any of us up here.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you very much. The next thing I would like to discuss is I would again like to ask for us to have staff create a policy for the minimum acceptable response time and operational standards for EMS.
I personally think that staff is doing that. I think they're working on it.
We are working on.
I'd asked for that before,
Yes, she,
and the
yes,
council
Ms.
said
Post
no,
has,
so.
and as I had said at the, I think last meeting when we talked about the larger meeting at the Ocean Center, that we really needed time to work with a little bit tighter group. I'm happy to report that that group has met on a couple of occasions since that, and we are narrowing down some benchmarks that we'll be able to measure and set those times. And I'll be bringing them forth to you. I think it's something we need to do, at least a large presentation, possibly workshop here, to go over what we're trying to achieve here in terms of times. And in the meantime, we're not laying back just waiting for that. You had already voted in the positions, and 8 positions are being added, and also the BLS units. And we're not letting up. We're making sure if overtime is necessary, then we are doing that to make sure that we put a full court press on. But as far as the time setting, we need all the players to agree to it, because it's not just going to be us. It'll also be part of the fire department's response as well, because it's a 2-tiered system, and I want them to be on board with that number. And I think we're very close to coming to that. So I'll be coming forth with that, and that will be part of it. It was what our set response times will be for the various levels. And like I say, we'll have it into subcategories depending on what the call is, and I think that's important too.
Thank you. It's good to
And
hear
it's-
we're creating a
it's-
policy for that then.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think they should come back with something they can commit to making. and
That's
then
what
we
we're
can
doing.
hold
Yes,
them
that's what I
accountable
had
Exactly.
asked
it.
for initially.
But,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
right now, let's let them come back with a number,
Fantastic.
which is what
That's-
we're working for.
Exactly what I'm asking for.
That's
Perfect. And that's all I had. Thank you.
okay. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, thank you. I have been asked by the Daytona Beach Police Foundation, asked if we would sponsor a table at their Back in the Blue, their big gala that they have, Policeman's Ball. This is strictly for Daytona Beach Police, their foundation. So I would ask the council support for this. But we haven't done a lot of that we're doing this year.
No, the question is, have we done that one before?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I'm
You
asking.
researched that.
Yeah.
When do they need an answer?
Well, Friday, November the 9th is
Is the gala.
they've sold everything out. They've kept one table aside, hoping the county would support it. Again, this is for the Daytona Beach Police Foundation.
And that's about $2,500, isn't it?
This gets them equipment and whatever. I'm sorry.
The price on that was,
I don't have that in
I
front
thought
of me.
it was
I think one of
I
the
heard that
options,
it was
the table,
25,
I think the table was, I'd
Yeah.
have to check, was $2,500, but
That's what I have heard also. No, it's not on here.
We have also
Table
been
is not.
engaged in trying to help nonprofits and things of that nature. I think my
what?
personal opinion is that what you do for one city, it's very easy that the others will come asking for that same type of consideration. And I'm not sure that is where we want to go as far as what we do to try to help organizations that are in the business of trying to help others. I know that their budgets have some for equipment, a line item for equipment. And so I think that when we do, we have to really strategically discuss these kind of things so that make sure that we're not getting in over what we ought to do or what, as far we'll be able to help more organizations that do nonprofit type things. And that's what we have traditionally done. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me, but I just kind of think that I'm not sure that's the road you want to travel at this time. That's just my personal opinion.
I think we already support the one where the call in, what's that, unanimous call in, organization TIP, or not TIP,
Crime Stoppers.
Crime Stoppers. I know we support that one, which is that's a broad-based county,
This is a city.
multi-county. This is the city of Daytona Beach private. And I'm kind of agreeing with you, Ms. Cusack, that I'm not so sure that the next thing you know, we got to support New Smyrna Beach Police,
Okay.
the land,
Just
and all, maybe.
bringing it forward. That's,
Okay,
I
that's
needed
fine.
everybody's opinion, and that's fine.
But-
Is that an agreement of everybody?
To do it?
Yes. No, to
not do it.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Anybody
Okay.
jumping
Okay.
up and down? Okay.
Okay, then the only other thing that, I've got to have some things clear to my mind. As everybody's been reading in the paper recently about the Proto Group in Daytona and the problems that we're having with that. And of course, I have a lot of that beach area. And again, we're having problems with the beach access. And my concern is, we have contracts with these developers that clearly states that the beach accesses are to be open, and if they do not, then it says we can give them 21 days to commence actions or whatever for if they failure to do different things. It happens too frequently, and from what I've been following this for about the last 6 weeks, when I started getting complaints from the citizens and the businesses around there, and it seems like staff would tell them, and then they'd open it up, and then they'd close it back down, and then they'd open it, and then they'd close it back down. The situation now is they've had it closed down for like 6 weeks, and due to Daytona having a stop work order for safety. I have a problem with that. Not Daytona issue stop work order, but the fact Proto Group should have known, should have planned for that. Why do we have contracts with clearly stated rules and everything if we don't have a way to enforce them? Do I want to stop Proto Group? No, Lord, they're just now starting back up again. However, it's just not right that the builders are continuously breaking these violations, and the citizens have to pay the price. I really think it's horrible that even the suggestion of a golf cart that they have to go, this is the beach, this is our Freedom Beach. And I'm just really, really upset. And I've talked to our staff, I talked to Daytona, I've talked to the manager there, and he tells me it's the county's problem. Well, yeah, the contract is with us. I just want to know how in the world we enforce these things, and what can we do to get this access open? I'm very upset about it.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Here's where we stand today, and the contract provides for access not through Oak Ridge, but at the north end of the site. And I appreciate your frustration with what's gone before. Through Mr. Casebeer, they've extended an offer by email, though not in a. I wish it were with greater formality, but to have a suspended bridge in what is now an excavated portion of the site. The Daytona Beach building official apparently has some concerns with that. However, he is not due back until tomorrow. He has control over the site. The Proto Group is willing to, has proposed that construction. I wish they had done something sooner, but that's what they proposed at this point. The notion, I'm not sure how the golf carts came to be as a proposal, but I think that is a backup plan if the Daytona Beach building official would not approve the site. Now, if you look at the front of the site, as I have seen pictures, I've not had the opportunity to visit the site personally, but on the sidewalk there is on Atlantic Avenue, there's a passageway that's been constructed that would be, I gather, comparable to what would be at the north end of the site. I'm not sure what the safety difference is in that regard. What I think what Proto Group would say is that at this point, notwithstanding any previous deficiency, is that if they're willing to construct it where it was intended by the contract, if the Daytona Beach building official will okay it, and I hope that he would do so.
Whatever it takes, to me, I think it's not Daytona as much as it is Proto Group. They knew what they were building. They knew where the construction was going to be. They knew when they started the north building. They knew it ahead of time. And for them to assign anything going against what they originally knew, I have a problem with it. And again, the contract that I have in front of me here is not with Daytona. It's with Proto Group. And they promised us access, and we don't have it.
Well, I understand that, and the contract was proposed to us prior to, at a time prior that we thought, to say that the county staff thought that access would be able to be maintained on that site, but it's now excavated.
But that's not our problem, Dan. As far as I'm concerned, they knew. They're the ones that signed the contract, knowing. You know, this happens too often, and the citizens pay the price for it. I'm really unhappy about this. I think if we don't tighten up on them and say, hey, we need something done and we need a time frame on it, it will continue for the next 4 months or 6 months or whatever.
Since we've had our conversation last week, we have communicated with them by telephone and perhaps in person. Mr. Rectenwald may have, or Mr. Irvin. I have not, but I know I have been party to telephone conversation. And the proposal, and with a tone of voice much like yours at this point.
Excuse me.
So
frustration.
And the response has come. Well, actually, they had two different responses, but pointing out to them where the contract provided for access, the response for a passageway at the north end of the site is their reaction to that communication. But the Daytona Beach building official has to okay it because he has control of the site at this point. So, and we won't have a response to that till tomorrow. Now, look, myself, I'm not the building official, but I'm not able to distinguish between the passageway on the Atlantic Avenue side and at the north end of the site. In other words, it seems like it's the same safety concerns, but maybe he can explain to me why that's not so. But that's where we stand at this moment.
In my conversation with Daytona, their final word was, they said that it was unsafe, and they said, well, if you're unhappy with it, talk to OSHA. I understand it may be unsafe. However, it's still, in my opinion, Proto Group's problem. And if we don't enforce it, they need to resolve it. That's my opinion, and I would like to see some stronger action with it on Volusia County's part, because this is exactly what the citizens complain about, that we don't back up.
Beyond their willingness to provide the site, which we've demanded, and to which they've responded, I'm not sure what other contractual remedies you're willing to invoke at this point. And that's where we are, is to look at, to revoke but there are benefits that are to be provided by that contract, which we ought to consider. One of which is the dedication of the beach to resolve an issue which has arisen with greater emphasis, with greater importance since the time that the agreement. Well, as part of the exchange to allow them to have access over Oak Ridge, they did a number of things. Only one of which was to promise the access at the north end of the site. The other was, by memory, about $250,000 that we ended up with to construct a new bathroom, and another of which was a dedication of the beach to the public at that site, so that we weren't relying upon customary use regardless of the vagaries of the legislature. So if we want to cancel the contract, we have to be willing to accept other consequences. Beyond that, we've demanded that they provide the access at the sites located, which is not through Oak Ridge, although that was proposed as an alternative site. We said no. We want it where they, and I think we're at the point where the Daytona Beach staff needs to evaluate whether or not that's safe. I don't presume to know their answer, because I think the previous response had to do with a proposal to go through Oak Ridge, which was about which they had concerns.
Can we draw this one to a conclusion?
Well, I'm just trying to say what we are at this point.
The point's been made. We've spent 20 minutes on it, and, well, you're not going to solve it right here. They're working on it. They're waiting on a response from Daytona. You've expressed your concern most emphatically, and well done, and deserve to be done. But we're not going to solve it with you and Mr. Eckert talking about the same thing. So, if we could.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment? It seems, is what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Eckert, that the only communication that's gone has been verbal phone calls?
No, I've been party to a phone call but the communication has been by email with Mr. Casby and Mr. Rectenwall.
So maybe it's
and I've
time.
been copied on some of those emails.
So perhaps we invoke the clause in the contract.
Well, we've told them that, well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. We've demanded that they
21-day notice in the contract? Do we not have the authority to enforce the contract provisions as a council?
We would bring that back to you. I would think that involves termination of the contract.
And you willing to go to that extreme?
No, I'm not talking about termination of the contract.
that's what
I'm
it would be.
asking them to perform to the contract, please. Is that not a performance measure? I mean, how do we get their attention?
Well, I think we have their attention. We can back it up with a letter memorializing the conversations we've had with them. And like I say, there's been emails. I think our inspector's been out, whose sole purpose to be out there at that point, because we don't control any of the construction, is the access. I think our logs show he's been out there nearly 40 times. So we have been on this, because it goes back to, I think you characterized it right. I mean, they get on it, and then they shut it down. We go on out and say, open it back up. So that has been going back and forth for some time. But the idea, I think, is if you cancel the where Dan's going, just remember there's the other factors that were involved. It's I think we've already received the bond for the bathroom. And I could find out what it is, but it is in excess of it's between $250,000 and $300,000. And then we also the dedication of the beach behind.
Tad, you want to weigh on this real quick?
Yes, sir. I'm just going to provide the information that George was searching for. It's $290,000. They have provided the bond for it, so we do have that in hand. As George mentioned, we've been out to the site 42 times between our two inspectors over the last 2 years to keep tabs on it. In addition to that, there were 5 of them were driven by complaints, but the other 42 times were just keeping track of what they were doing out there on the site. and haven't had too much of an issue, and they have had to shut it down. As you'd imagine, we allow that by the contract for occasional activities when they're working in that particular area or if they're shifting or adjusting something. So, but generally they've been pretty good with it. It's just this time around they've put themselves in this position by working at both towers at the same time at this point in time. So they've been shut down since early portion of September, and at this point they're trying to work out an alternate route because before they had pitched it, both Clay and I, when we met with them on October 1st in person at the site, that they needed to really shut the site down for about, it was 4.5 to 6 months potentially to be able to accommodate their work, in which we told them, well, look, we don't think that's reasonable. The meeting at that point was then dominated by the city stating they don't think it's safe to allow any access through the site, even with an alternate plan to use Connex boxes connected end to end. So.
I think it was a bad decision to do that. Me personally, to go through a construction site, I wouldn't want to walk down through there, and I guess the thousands of people every day that are lining up to walk through there need to have hard hats. I mean,
I agree with the Connex discussion, and I said 250 because I didn't want to overstate it. I
Right.
preferred to understate it.
We knew it was over 250.
I don't agree. I did once say, I did say to Councilmember Wheeler that I thought it had to do with the simultaneous construction. I no longer have that point of view because of when they turned to the north building, they were going to have to excavate, and that's where the alternative access is. And so I don't, with respect to Mr. Casebeer, it occurs to me that when they came to the north site, they were eventually going to confront the excavation. The problem is the excavation. And I agree with Councilmember Wheeler, and we can memorialize it with, we could put a letter in all caps, but I would assure you that our voices have been in all caps. That you need to propose an alternative circumstance, and they've reacted to that. But now we're awaiting the Daytona Beach building official, and if they're going to claim impossibility of performance, we said okay. Now you're talking about fairly short distances here, but they might have if people find themselves unable to walk from the Cundage Hotel, the proposal was, well, the discussion among our staff, and apparently maybe they had the same idea, was that you could pick them up and take them to the beach. But it's not an unreasonable walk. These are fairly close together, but still, we're demanding as close we can to performance, given what's already taken place.
That falls on them.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I think they excavated without taking into account without having a plan at that time for the alternative access.
I just am really against the fact that I feel like we don't have anything to stand on because we're not willing to give up the rest of the deal.
But you should understand that contrary to the discussion that was had before the council this morning, it is not through Oak Ridge. It's at the north end of the site. That's and that's the only thing we're contractually able to guarantee.
Now can we move on? They're working on it. And if you would provide an update to council, give us, George, make sure we receive any correspondence on updates and actions. I think that would help us all to be able to address the issue. Again, in 2016, I don't think anybody foresaw this, that it would happen. I state again, I don't think we should have access through a construction site, but it's there. And deal with it. It's done. Next comment. I know you got more. Well, enjoy your trip, and you stay in touch and watch these emails. Ms. Cusack. This brings us to number 5.
Thank you. Are you reminding me?
County 5 left.
I have a few things I'd like to say about the overview for the benchmarks on the diversity in the workplace, it says to be determined as to when you will let me know of something. I hope that happens within.
I just received the preliminary information from Tom yesterday.
Okay.
And I met with him, so that'll be on one of the next 2 meetings.
All right, that's good. I just want to make sure it gets on before the 15th of December.
Oh, we, definitely.
All right.
We understand.
Okay, you understand. And then the next thing I want to say about the Florida Association of Counties, I think it's important as council members that when you want to be engaged and run for offices within that association, it would be a good thing to have that dialogue here with your council members so that they can be supportive of you and that issue, and you can have some dialogue and discussion, because you would want that your council to be supportive of the positions that any of you would want to run for, and you would have that conversation prior to, you would have a caucus, if you will, with your delegation, which would be the council members here, so that when you do that, then you will have buy-in from your colleagues that they can push and help you in that way. And I'll just tell you that it's just being for free. You don't have to pay me to tell you that, but that would be a good thing to do. Any of you, you see, I'm just trying to plant seeds so you know when I'm gone that this is the way that's the best way to get elected statewide, is when you have buy-in from your colleagues in those positions. And then finally, on a real personal note and a sad note, my dear friend Evelyn Robinson, a city commissioner in Orange City, passed away suddenly on Friday. I ask you to remember Evelyn and the good work that she has done as a public servant in the city of Orange City, and that we as a council will somehow express our sympathy to her and to her family and to the city of Orange City in the loss of their colleague and fellow commissioner Evelyn Robinson. Evelyn service will be on Saturday at 11 o'clock at the Volusia Baptist Church in Orange City. I will be attending that service, and I ask you to remember them as they go through this very, very hard time. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. I'll make these quick as possible because I know we're not getting out at 1 o'clock, but I'll be as close to 2 as I possibly can. I was elected at the last meeting by the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. So Volusia County will still have a voice on the board. Lee Matusek had served as well on that board, and I guess they felt like they wanted someone from Volusia. It wasn't something I necessarily sought. I was asked to serve, Ms. Wheeler, and you're welcome. Like we don't have enough, but
And I would have given you
and
some
you're on
support,
it. But
too.
it is good to know that we are looked at in the outside of our area by our neighbors as being a player, I think, and that's important. Regional is the new local, as you say. That's a nice term. So that takes care of that one. I'm not going to say a whole lot about this, but when people use the words in their op-ed, such as might be able to do something, that really ticked me off seeing Paracola's letter. I wish that I'm going to let it just go away. It's not going to die. But if he says one more thing, it's in the newspaper. I want to get a collective letter, op-ed from us on letting him know. He didn't even bother to come see me when I was there for 3 days. He sent the son of the other person that's involved. He couldn't show up for a FEMA meeting. And for him to say that he might have been able if you had given him a call, I just took that as just absolutely sour grapes. How much money did he give to us in his 3 years of his contract? How much did he help us get in 3 years? Does anybody know? I mean, it's just, I'm not sure that there was any. George, but I'm not at, I
I
mean,
would have to research, but I don't know of any that, off
Right.
the top of my head.
and anyway, that part really ticked me off, that he said if you had called him back, he might have been able. Well, we had no way through, what was that board that the one he was talking about, that he was coming from, his
USDA,
USDA?
yeah. We didn't
And-
have a project that would have met
We
the
didn't have a
parameters.
project that would meet the, it was a loan, it was a project that we couldn't even qualify for.
Right.
I mean, so that shows his efficiency. I got that off my chest. I let him go do what, I would have never hired him back in the day, knowing what I know now, especially, but that's easy as a Monday morning quarterback. Back in the day, we needed somebody. You took somebody. Sometimes if you don't know what you get what you got. And when you see that isn't a lot, but that just kind of, I'm going to be a rapper now.
Joyce.
I only ate half of mine, George. You ate 2 of them.
I know. It's
One
some
other
sort of a
quick
sugar
thing.
imbalance with me, I know.
I have changed my position on if I'm not somewhere I'm supposed to be here. If we have a hurricane alert that's a 3 or more, I'm out of here. It has changed my position. I see now why my family was so upset when we didn't want to leave during one of them, and we wound up leaving. My son was fortunately away. He was 76 miles west of the eye, the center of the eye. Now, if that thing hadn't wobbled because of the high pressure off to the west, it was dead on. Destin, and he would have been on the northeast wall, eye wall, would have hit where he is in Santa Rosa Beach. So you just think about just a little wobble so many miles away of what that will do. So he's thankful, I'm thankful, and by the way, he is in Apalachicola today with the team. He made contact with some people there, the sheriff, for one, offering help. They've loaded up a bunch of equipment, chainsaws and things that can't be maybe purchased because there's not many chainsaws available in the area. So he's doing his part because he is too thankful because he realizes, and your parents are thankful as well, that they didn't get hit any worse than they did. And it's going to be years. It's going to be the same effect as Andrew had, 10 years or more, I'm guessing. Not to get back to running, but Mexico Beach was totally destroyed. They showed on TV, y'all probably saw it, the one house that was built to a 200-mile-an-hour windstorm had no damage on the coast. Built to 200 windstorm. So I don't know what the cost was. I'm not suggesting or advocating that we do that. I am just saying if we have a 3 or better, I'm out of here. And my heart goes out to all of those. One other thing you may have seen on social media, the cavalry of Publix trucks. Did y'all see that? Heading up. How many were there? I tried to count them. They quit before the end of them. I counted like 40. It must have been 100 or more Publix trucks heading up there with food and so forth. Speaking of social media and Facebook, I can't wait, and I've already said it once, till we can incorporate, George, if you can look at it. I'm not trying to tell you how to manage, but
That's actually our job.
I really wish that you could find a way to have someone who is an expert in social media to get us out there every time something good is happening and things, so we don't have to all just listen to, not that it is bad, but too many people see the things that they think as their opinions that we're doing bad. Let's let them know everything that we are doing. Put it out there. Let them comment about the good stuff.
We are working on
You're
that
looking-
very thing. We have an outside person looking, and we'll do more. It's more than.
It's more than your.
Right.
Joanne
it's
couldn't
gonna
take that on and do what she's
Right,
doing.
and
and I
but
understand
we
that.
are looking at that, and again, much like we had to do in some of the other things, it'll be a bigger project, but we want to go ahead and get some immediate results, so we're looking at that now, and and it started just even with trying to give snapshots of everything we do on a regular basis positively, Now we have to get the right format and stuff to get it out to other people so that they know, and again, maybe to be able to, again, put out positive information that shows all the good stuff. Because, and occasionally, like you say, you will have a problem or an upset, but we'll own up to that and fix it and move on.
And just one more thing, because I don't get to talk to y'all individually, because this is something that, I'm going to bring this up the first of the year, but I'll bring it up now so you can think about it and cogitate on it and decide yes or no. But cogitate, that's kind of a, so you've heard that word, hadn't you? Anybody from the Tennessee area has heard cogitate? Well, it may not be what you think it is. But I'm going to throw out an idea for discussion. It doesn't have to be cast in stone, but an idea that once a quarter, we have a scheduled workshop from 10 to 12 on the day of the meeting. We break for lunch, and then we come back at 1 o'clock and have our meeting. We're spending the time here, and we might as well spend the time where we can have some open discussion. If once a quarter, you can think about it, you got to vote on it, but at least it gives you an idea to see whether you think something like that would help. I think open dialogue where we can have it, where we're not sitting up here waiting to push a button to talk or something like that, where we can have open conversations about anything that we want to. Once a quarter, it wouldn't kill us. And anyway, with that, let's all be thankful that we weren't on the end of a 5, and bless and be with those that are. Meeting adjourned at 2:11.